Hey, welcome everyone. I can't talk loud, so I'm hoping that you can all hear me okay. My husband happens to be in bed right now. His schedule changed. Yeah, he's got a new schedule change. It changed as of yesterday. But before I get into all that, just going to say hi to everybody. Hi, Jamie, if you're already gone. Hope you have a good night's sleep and maybe you can catch it on the replay. Hey, Mallory, glad that you could come in. Robert, how you doing? Oh, who else do we have? Bianca. Hey, Bianca, how you doing? Yeah, and that's what we've got right now. That's in chat. Okay, I'm going to turn my volume down on my phone before I have interruptions. I don't think anybody wants interruptions. Oh, I just seen your pictures. Mallory, you're done. That is beautiful. I love those crystals. One of these days I'll get me a crystal diamond painting or rhinestones or something like that, but not yet. Happy early birthday, Bianca. I just turned 48 last Monday, the 15th. Yeah. When you turn 34, me and my husband will be celebrating our 6-year wedding anniversary on the same day. So, is Dreamer in here? Yes, there she is. I thought I seen you, but I thought I was seeing things. Hi there, Dreamer. How are you doing? Yep, that's your TSA. Thank you, Bianca. So, yeah, I had the camera out and recorded a video, and I thought, you know what? Might as well diamond paint and go live for a little bit, see if anybody was going to be in. Hi, Kristen. How are you doing? So, yes, just to let you guys know that sometime tomorrow, not sure what time, but sometime tomorrow there will be a video up. It's the one that I recorded before I went live. It was a product review. Somebody reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to review one of their products, so I did. So I recorded that. My son he does all my processing and all that stuff. I'm just so computer illiterate that I can't. I can't do it. So tomorrow he'll go ahead and get that all processed and it'll upload at some point tomorrow. And then I'm going shopping tomorrow. I'm going to Joann's. They have, right now, they've got like a huge clearance. So anybody who's crafting has money. If you got the ad, the flyer in the mail, if not, I still think there's coupons, but you can still go in there, of course. You don't have to, it just shows the ad. There's fabric that's on sale. It's like 30 and 40% off of fabric. Hey, Nana. Welcome. Glad you could stop in. Dreamer, yes. Sherry and I will be going live tomorrow. I think she said at 2 o'clock my time. We got to get together and confirm the time. But yes, tomorrow we will be going live. Oh, no. It's tomorrow night. It's her live. I'm sorry. I've got 2 people that I'm going to be going live with, one Wednesday, one Thursday. The Thursday is at 2. But tomorrow we will go live. It will be a little earlier than Sherry's normal live. We're going to go, I think she said we're going to go live at 6:45 Pacific time. So that'll be, at 5:45. Yeah, 5:45 Pacific time, 6:45 Mountain time. Does it make it 7:45 Central time? I don't know. It's too late for me to figure out time zones. But yes, we are going live tomorrow. we will do a 45-minute live shared together, me and Sherry, so we can announce the winners for the grand prizes. And then I will leave the live, and then Sherry will finish with her normal Wednesday live. So yes, that will be done tomorrow. I have 2 people that I still have their prizes to send to them. I was waiting for things to come through the mail, and I've had a lot of things canceled and a lot of things that have not shown up yet. So I am having to go out and buy stuff again for those 2 winners. I'm really over the stuff with shipping. And these are things that I ordered that are here in the US. They are not ordered from China, or they are products that can be purchased, that I purchased through US. And I'm still, one of the items I ordered a month and a half ago, and I still don't have it. It says it's shipped, it's somewhere in the universe, but it's not here. So, but tomorrow I'm going, because not only do they have the fabric on sale, I'm looking into possibly buying a sewing machine. Don't know, because I'm considering, first off, I'm considering the bags. Anybody who watched yesterday's live, or what day did I do that live? Monday? Yeah, well, Monday, that's yesterday, yes. Whoever watched the live yesterday and seeing that I was making the tote bags, I am thinking about getting a sewing machine and getting fabric and lining the inside of the bag. But I'm also thinking about making masks. And who doesn't have something in the house that needs sewn? So I'm going to check that out. They also have diamond dots stuff, 30% off. But they also have a coupon for an additional 20% off your entire purchase, including sale items. So your doorbusters aren't, you can't use the 20%, additional 20% off on doorbusters or on clearance items, but on sale items they can. So basically I can get diamond dots drills for 50% off. You can't do the freestyle. That's not one of the items that, like the freestyle canvases. You can't get that 50 or 20 or 50% off, but you can get the drills. And some of they're already pre-printed canvases. So I'm going to go to Joann's tomorrow. Pray that I don't buy too much. I got to keep it simple, just a little low. But I will have a haul that I will be doing a video on. So, your TSAs are, yes, I am a busy lady right now, Dreamer. With all these new things that I want to bring to the channel, I've got to start writing things down and mapping things out and putting a schedule together. Excited your TSA is in the US. I'm still waiting on my replacement canvas, because the TSA that I had, my drills, they were horrible. They were really, really bad. I was actually in contact with Rachel about the drills, showing her pictures, and I even tried different size drills from another company that actually fit on there better. So we've kind of talked, and she's going to revamp her size of her drills. I'm just waiting. She's going to replace the whole canvas. I'm just waiting for it. I talked to her a month ago, and I haven't heard anything, so I don't know. Okay, Mallory, I just wasn't sure. So to let everybody know, on Thursday at 2 o'clock Pacific time, Diamond Artworks and myself will be going live. We will be doing a shared live here on StreamYard. Mallory, whose channel are we going to be streaming from? So we can let everybody knows who to sign in for. Yeah, Lost in the Universe. I've thought about opening an Etsy shop, Diamond Artworks, but with what they want to charge and having to have such a stockpile of stuff, such an inventory, I think I'm just going to do like Facebook. I'll just do PayPal through Facebook. I'll post things. And so I don't, just to start off with, that way I don't have to try and come up with such a large inventory in a short amount of time. So I will be selling cover minders. I will be selling masks. I will be selling crocheted items, but it's going to take time, to get that stuff going. Yeah, Wrath of the Diamond. Oh, what's the diamond painting I'm working on? Hold on one second, Robert. I can show you. It's a Diamond Art Club, of course, because that's pretty much all that I have and all that I work on right now. In time, I want to get a Mystic artwork, or Mystic Diamond art. I want to get a DI Moon, but those are just expensive. Let's be honest, they're expensive. But right now, I am working on a drive out. Diamond Art Club's a drive out. I don't know how well you can see it. Let me see if I turn on more light if you can see better. Yeah, that might help. Yep. It's a drive out. Chuck Pinson, like my favorite artist. So I'm working on that. I'm not very far. I'm not very far at all. I'm only about to this area here. I'm working right now. I'm working on like this side here. So working on that. I will lace the drills here in a minute. I just want to catch up on everybody. Let's see here. Yeah, Rachel is awesome. She's just got too much going on, I think, right now. Do you if you want. Okay, that's fine. We can do me. So on Thursday at 2:00 Pacific time, we will have me and Mallory, which Diamond Artworks, will be doing a live on my channel. So if you want to go ahead and jump in, we'd be glad to have you. I have so many kits that I need to kit up. Electric That line is one of them. Bianca, oh, we have the. How about that? This is nice. I like it. Lots of confetti though. It's lots and lots of confetti. And yes, it is a round. Anana. It is round. Yeah, and Rachel's not doing any customs right now. I mean, the one that she made for me, I think what happened with my custom was she only printed a few, and I know that she did sell some of them. And then you figure she had the custom made for me in square, and then the custom made for Amber, Ash Ink 93 in round. So yeah, she's not. And then she's got her new releases that are coming out. So she's got a lot on her plate right now. But so yes, so tomorrow I am going to, like I said, Jillian's. I'm also going to Hobby Lobby. Yeah, I know. Me and Sherry talked yesterday, Dreamer, about that. She told me that everything that happened with you guys and your painting that you wanted to do for Easter. Tomorrow you're working on your Etsy shop. Yeah, I also want to get some more magnets, and I want to see if I can find some more things to make my cover reminders with. So, what are you all working on right now? So I know Diamond Artworks. I know one minute I call you Mallory, and the next one I call you Diamond Artworks. What are you working on now? I know you just finished your TSA, which is gorgeous, by the way. But are you kitting something up, or did you already have something kitted up and started on it? You're going to go ahead and do it this coming Easter? Okay. Yeah, and me and Tia is Crafting Creations. I think that's what our page is. We are going to be doing a collab on that camping one, Quiet Something. we are going to be doing a collab on that. We're looking at doing that in August. Friend in your opening, it's first. Cool. Well, once you get it open, let me know, Nana. You're working on Sweet Purple. Very good. But yeah, we'll be doing the collab with Tia, like I said, in August. I've got the collab, like I said, me and Brittany are going to be doing one together. And I said yesterday, it's not going to be a collab per se, because she doesn't have a channel, but it's one that we're going to be doing together. It's a mystery painting. But yeah, I'll be working on it when I do my whip and chats and my lives and stuff. I'm trying not to have more than 2 going at a time. But when the TSA gets here, then me and Amber, Ash Inc. will be able to actually do our collab. I'm just waiting for that to come. Can you see? I am laying drills down. Let me see if I need to bring this closer. Sorry for the movement, guys. But I just want you to see that I am actually diamond painting. And then I got some yarn yesterday. Hang on, let me get it. Show it to you. I have the 3rd color upstairs in my craft room. I can't get to it at the moment. But I thought it's a Lion Brand yarn. It's called Feels Like Butter. It is so crazy soft. I absolutely love this. It's 100% polyester. And it is like butter. It is so crazy soft. So this is charcoal. And then I have pale gray, which on camera it's probably going to look white, but it's pale gray. Hi, Christy. How you doing? Which Amber, Bianca? Ash Ink 93. Gabe's Amber. Hi, Melly. I didn't see you jump in. How are you doing? Let me see here. Yeah, I love this yarn from Hobby Lobby. Is my favorite yarn. Hands down, it is my favorite yarn. But they had this on sale at Michael's. These are big skeins. You're getting, let's see here. They said it's 100% polyester, getting 590 yards, 504 millimeters, and it's a 9.7 ounce roll or skein, 275 grams. And they had them, they're regular $9.99, and they had them for $5.99. Yeah, it was nice. I liked it. And then also, you've seen the bag they started yesterday. This is the yarn that I'm using, the Karen Cotton Cakes. I got this too. I got this color, which is, like I said, you're not going to get the true color. It's called Aqua Breeze. It's kind of like it's almost like a sea green, but just a little darker. A light teal. But they had these $5.99 as well. And you get a lot of yarn in these. You get 530 yards in this too. And it's 50% or 40% acrylic, 60% cotton. So these are really nice. So that's what I'm using the Karen Cotton Cakes to make my tote bags. And I'm going to use that Feels Like Butter, the Lion Brand yarn. I think I might make a baby blanket with that. I don't know. Not sure. I haven't quite figured it out yet. I can teach you how to read a pattern artworks. Now, see, now I gave you a third name. Hi, Diane. How are you doing? I know how to read patterns. I just don't know how to read charts. So a lot of patterns that are written just in a chart. Yeah, I can't do it. I don't understand reading the charts and the graphs and all that stuff. So, but I can teach you how to read a pattern. All you basically reading a pattern is just learning the abbreviations. You know, because you have single crochet, which is S as in Sam, C as in cat, so SC. Double crochet is DC. Then you have your half double crochet, so it's HDC. Slip stitch is SP. Chain is just CH. So yeah, basically to learn how to read a pattern is basically just learning the lingo, you know, the abbreviations. So to be honest, I was crocheting for, oh God, 6 years. And I only knew how to do simple, just very simple stitches. And I still only do very simple stitches. I don't get into the, and then, you know, you got other stitches that, you know, like the treble. Hi, May, how are you doing? Then you got a treble and you got a half treble and you got a double treble. And yeah, you got all those. But I learned more on crocheting by watching videos. Even still, I know how to crochet. I've been doing it now consistently for almost 16 years. I was taught as a child how to just do a chain and a double crochet. But for the past 16 years, I just did very basic things, making blankets. I found crochet again when I was pregnant with my youngest child, who will be 16 in December. And I wanted to make a baby blanket, and that's what kicked that off. And that was a whole new world of crocheting. I'm good. Just down a bunch of diamonds. Oh no. Like Mrs. Coffee says, step back, take a breath, breathe, get your tweezers, and one diamond at a time. Learn how to make a bag. Okay, I could teach you how to make a bag. I would love to. Cheryl, hey, glad you could come in. I actually wanted to talk to a couple of you were in yesterday's live, so I want to kind of update you on a couple people that messaged me about some stuff. Robert, I would love to learn how to knit, but it's hard enough getting one hand to work one direction or one way, much less have both of them going at the same time. I've tried to knit. I get the concept, but I have a hard time with the casting on, and my tension leaves a lot to be desired. Yeah. I'm so surprised. You're surprised. Oh, it's only 11 o'clock for me, or just after 11. No, is it almost midnight now? No, 25 after 11. Yeah, because I'm on the West Coast, so I'm on Pacific time. And Cheryl, once you get to know me, like most people that are in here do, I'm a night owl. I don't sleep much. And when my husband was working the shift that he was working, I did not sleep while he was home hardly at all. But he came home yesterday. Yes, things will change a little bit with my schedule. I might not be on as late at night as usual, because now, instead of him going to work at I can't think. Instead of him leaving here at 11 o'clock to work the midnight to noon, he's now going to be working from 4 a.m. until 1:30 p.m. Now, it's not that I can't record when he's here. It's just I'll be having to be up in my craft room. And it's hotter than the hinges of hell up there right now, because my craft room is above a garage. And it was 110 degrees here in Las Vegas today. Right now, right before I went live, it was 99. So, oh goodness, I forgot to tape off my cover. So if I'm going to be up in that craft room, it's going to be hot until we figure out. We're looking into having new insulation blown in, all that. So I have tomorrow, not only am I going to be running to Joann's and running to Hobby Lobby, but when I get home, I've got to contact somebody to, we're going to have our ducts inspected, our air ducts inspected to see if maybe we might have some holes in our air ducts, and then also have them blown out. And then we are also, sorry about my arm in the way here. We're also going to be probably having our attic re-insulated. So yeah, there's going to be a lot going on. A lot. Cheryl, I just got back to. Yeah, well, I am going to be looking into the loom knitting. I am going to check that out. That might be something that I look at or tomorrow with Joann's. So yeah, looks like more videos are going to be coming out sooner than I thought. But I did okay, Cheryl, I don't know. I'm not quite sure what you're asking about Hobby Lobby and cotton yarn. Don't get boil looms. Okay. So would I be better off getting the Hobby Lobby looms? Sorry, I was reading something. So I heard for the people that was in the live yesterday, we were talking about book club. And I had a couple people reach out to me about the book club. I'm just trying to find where it's at, because I don't know what's going on with my life right now. I really don't. Trying to find my messages here. Oh, okay. So Sabrina, she messaged me through Instagram, so I don't know what her name is on YouTube. If it's the Sabrina that I think it is, I didn't even know she was in the group. All right, wait 1 second here. I got it before anybody lays in on here. Let's look at that. We'll talk to you. Okay, Diamond Artworks, give me. I will message you tomorrow, and we can get everything figured out for Thursday. So have a great night. Glad you could stop in for a few. So Sabrina that messaged me, she's on IG, and so she gave some suggestions for. She likes Tamora Pierce, which is a young adult author. Excuse me. So she did, but she said that, she said for adult reading, she likes Nora Roberts. I'm not a Nora Roberts fan because I'm really not into romance. Like I said, if it's got a storyline and there's some romance in it, that's fine. But to make the premise or the topic romance, yeah, I'm not about romance. Not saying that we couldn't read a romance book, but I'd have struggles. There's also Kiera Cass. She mentioned that. Is that so the selection series? Just go selection series. I guess there's supposed to be a a series or a movie on Netflix. So there's that. You only read romance, Cheryl? Oh, well, it's like I said, it's not that I won't, but it's for me, I know romance takes you into another, it's a fantasy world. It's something, but I just have such a hard time with something that's just so, it's so fake because, these things don't happen in the real world. And some of them are, some of them are so absolutely out of this world. But I'm not saying I wouldn't read a romance. It's just not my favorite. Oh, okay. No way. In real life only. Not okay. Okay, got it. Now I understand. You like romance in real life only. Yeah. See, me, they're so yeah. So we've got that and a couple of suggestions there, but that's leaning towards a romance. And then also Jen. That's it. That's the word I was trying to find, Cheryl. Sappy. Oh. So then I was also talking to Jen, and she suggested that she likes crime and thriller. So she likes like Tom Clancy. She likes to read books, CIA and stuff like that. She can't stand Nora Roberts, but she likes J.D. Robb's books. So we'll kind of look into that. Yeah, the mystery crime. I actually read Janet Bonovich. Is that her name? Her Stephanie Plum series. Oh my God. And I'm not much into comedy books, but oh my God. I read the first, and she's got like 25 books in that series, and I read the first. Hi, Karika. How are you doing? Glad you could stop in. I read the first, I think, 18 books in the Stephanie Plum series and absolutely loved it. I loved it. I like Heather Graham, Kristen. I can't think of her last name. She's escaping my brain. I love this Kristen chick. She has some romance in it, and I'm good. But with that, there's also so much more in it. I'm good, Karika. Coming in at a strange time, talking about the new things I'm going to be doing with my channel. I did a live yesterday, and I'm just kind of carrying over some of the information that we were talking about. I had some people reach out to me, still waiting for more because I would like to start our first book club or our first book, if possible, by the first, but I doubt that's going to happen because I need to get some more input from my subscribers, and which I think we'll probably hold off, maybe start in August. That way we can decide what book we want and we could order the books. So, or, I don't know how many people have Kindle Unlimited. So I do have Kindle Unlimited. So it would be, it's just finding a book that's actually on the Kindle Unlimited or just buying the book. That's not a problem either. But we've got to figure out the genre, the author, the book, and I don't know how to put a poll up on YouTube. So my son, hopefully he knows how. If not, I'll have to reach out to another creator who will be able to tell me how to do that. So once that gets going here, we'll have that. It's just getting people's input. So Cheryl, Dr. Cheryl if you have some free time to kind of come up with some suggestions, if you want to shoot me a message and maybe give me some suggestions there. Jen's supposed to also send me kind of a list of books. I like a lot of nonfiction stuff too. It's 8:30 a.m. here, so for once, that was good. Okay, where are you at, Eureka? And your mom likes Nora Roberts? Robert? Nora Roberts? Robert. Okay, so Nana, what we would do is we would agree to, pick a book in a genre that we like. Okay, oh, that's right, you're in France. I remember that now. I remember before hearing about that. Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree, Cheryl. So what we would do, Nana, is we would pick a book and we would, what I want to try to do is do like a weekly Facebook video chat. How I guess there's on Saturdays and stuff, a bunch of the creators get together. There's like a Facebook group specific to them, and they do video chat. And I think you can have up to 6. Correct me if anybody's in here and knows. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think you can have up to 6 live, videos going all at once where you're all almost kind of like a Noom type thing. And we would just read the book, and then we would read we'd pick so many, like read a chapter a week, or maybe we would do a weekly thing. Maybe it would be bi-weekly, maybe it'd be once a month. But we would just read the same book, and then we'd sit and discuss it. Do like a Saturday morning coffee or a Saturday evening snack and read, or something like that. We're all together. We're talking about the book that we're reading, giving one another's input, since everybody can read the same book and get something different from it and see it in a different perspective. And yeah, so just something like that. Nancy, that's an option too. That is an option too, Cheryl. I just, as much, I love to be read to. It's just sometimes with the Audible books, I have a hard time with the what is it, like the illustrator, the person reading the book, reading it to me, because I lose so much in translation as far as the feeling of the book. There's not sometimes they don't put enough emphasis. You just don't feel it in the words. It just seems so robotic. And sometimes I have a hard time with that. I mean, if it's a really good storyteller, then I'm good, but it's hard to find a really good storyteller. Alive, I mean. Oh, okay, got it. I see what you mean. I wish I read. I can't seem to stay focused trying to find a book. Right. Okay, I understand what you mean, Cheryl. Yeah, Diane, I was like that too. When I was a child, reading was a big thing in my household. But this was before I learned to read. My dad, he was an avid reader. He was an absolute, he loved Stephen King books. My dad, I think, read pretty much every Stephen King book there was. And then he read John Grisham. And I'm sure there was many others. I don't remember. My mother, she would read, she read the V.C. Andrews books. So it was like a weekend thing where on the weekends, my dad would take me and my brother to the library, and it would be like Saturday morning. We would go to the library, we would pick out our books, and then that was just me and my brother, because my mom always my mom and my dad, they would buy the books, paperback books. My dad had two bookshelves that were about 2 foot wide, and they were 5 shelves high, and they were full of books. Good morning, Shawana. How are you doing? And I'm from Ohio originally, so we had in the fall we had a lot of rain and cold, and then we would start seeing snow sometime as early as Halloween. It would already be snowing, or it'd be too cold outside. And then wintertime, lots of snow and lots of cold. Springtime we had lots of rain, and we had a lot of rain in the summer too. So on those days, on the weekends when it was too crappy outside, too cold to go outside, we would sit and read as a family. I mean, my mom would be reading her book, my dad would be reading his book, and me and my brother would be laying on the floor or something, reading our books. I mean, it was quiet family time, sitting in the living room, reading. And then bedtime, it didn't matter if me and my brother knew how to read or not. My dad read a bedtime story to us every night from the time that I was 3 years old, because I'm adopted. From the time that I was 3 years old until I was 10. It was just something that was very relaxing. There's 4 years between me and my brother. Now, my mother is my real mother, but my father is my mother's second husband, and he adopted me. They got together when I was 3, and he adopted me when I turned 6 in June, and my adoption was finalized in November. So reading was a big thing in my household. Reading, doing puzzles. I actually had somebody ask me today where I like to vacation and where we vacationed when I was a kid, and we didn't. I grew up in a household that was very much introverts, and family, it was all about family. So we spent our weekends and our evenings doing puzzles, reading, watching family shows together. Sometimes we wouldn't have anything on. We would just talk. So I catch up on the week and things like that. So hang on here. Let me see what people are saying. Yeah, I prefer books too, Cheryl. But anymore, it's getting so ridiculous with the cost of books that it's cheaper for me to get them on my Kindle. And I still haven't wrapped my head around reading off of a Kindle. Do my kids like to read? This is strange. One, she does, but she struggles right now with it, only because the last book that she had purchased for her was through her grandfather. He bought this book for her because she wanted it so badly. He bought it for her, and just soon after he bought it for her, he died. So it's just really hard for her. That's that memory that Grandpa bought me this book, but I never even got to tell him what it was like because he died before I could finish reading it. But she was my avid reader. My son hates to read. Oh, God. Getting him to read is like pulling teeth without Novocaine. And the other two, yeah, they don't like to read. So it's a struggle. Well, it's because like I said, they call it a legal adoption because though it's, like I said, it's my mother's second husband who adopted me. Her first husband, to be honest, he met another woman who had 3 children, and she got pregnant with twins. So he couldn't provide for me. His excuse was he couldn't provide for me. So he asked my mother's second husband if he would raised me as his own. So my mother's first husband gave up his parental rights. We went to court, and my father, my now father, my mother's second husband, he petitioned to the court that he wanted me to be known as his child legally. So I had an entire new birth certificate and everything made up. My mother's first husband gave up his complete parental rights and he was not allowed to go back on that. Once the decision was made, it was made, and I was not allowed to. He nor I were allowed to make any contact with one another until I was 18 years old, just like any other legal adoption is. And I was stripped of my birth name and was given my mother's second husband his name. So I consider him my father. He may not be my bloodline, but he is my father. Though it's only through an adoption, but it was a legal adoption. Like I said, I had a new birth certificate and a complete new identity. And there's nothing in this world that shows there's no document that I've ever been anything other than Melissa Todd. Todd was my maiden name. That was the name that my dad gave me. There is nothing that shows my birth name. So that's why I consider it is an adoption in that sense. But I'm with my birth mom. So yeah, that's a little background. That's something I've never read was the Harry Potter series. And anybody who are potheads in here, I didn't even watch the Harry Potter series. I haven't even watched the whole thing, but I didn't watch the first movie in the series until about 2 years ago. My best friend flicked shit at me for that. She couldn't believe. She's like, we can't even be friends if you haven't watched Harry Potter. So I still have to finish the series, but what I did see, I loved. So yeah. Now, have I met my biosims twins? Yes, I did meet them. What ended up happening, even though legally, there could have been trouble. When my mother and her second husband divorced, my father divorced, and I do it better. It's by saying second husband, it's just easier so you don't get confused. Even though I never have called him my stepfather ever in my life, or my adopted father. He's always been my father. But just to prevent confusion, when my mother and her second husband divorced, and that didn't change the legal status of my dad. He was still responsible for me and to care for me because, well, he signed that birth certificate. But when they divorced, me and my mom moved to a small town outside of my hometown. And I happened to run into my biological father. He did not know who I was, but I knew who he was because, well, I had pictures of him. So I knew what he looked like. And we did start talking, and we did try to start a relationship with one another. And when I gave birth to my oldest child, we were supposed to get together so he could meet her and see her. And he was just recovering from having a quadruple bypass. So because she was, as you know, Cheryl, because she was still of age of immunizations and stuff, he could not see her for a while. She was about 3 months old. Let's see now. She was born in September. This was in January. January, we had scheduled a date to get together, and I got a phone call the night before we were supposed to get together for him to meet her. And it was my stepmother telling me that he had had a heart attack. He had Wolff-Parkinson syndrome to begin with. I think that's what it's called. And he had had a massive heart attack and died in his sleep. So, but prior to that, yes, me and the twins did get to meet each other. We did get to know each other briefly, but I was never accepted, even though I was his child by blood. They never accepted me. Once he once he married her and started raising her kids, and then they had their children together, I was I was the black sheep and I was the outcast. So yeah, that's I have not seen the twins. Well, this was in he died in January of '89. I don't think and I hadn't seen him for almost 2 years then. So I haven't seen my twin or seen the twin my brother and sister twins since '85. Yeah, it was 1985 when I met them, and they were born in 78. Yeah, they were born in 78. My biological dad. Yeah, my biological dad. He died. Yeah, so that's why. And then my dad, well, both my dads have died. My biological dad, and then my dad who raised me. My biological dad died in January. It was January 6th of '89. And then my dad who raised me, the dad that counts, he died June 6th. How do you like that? Of 2017. 2017. So I've lost both of my fathers. And it was, a lot of years apart, but 6 months as far as the date goes. I'm trying to catch up here. Sorry. So yeah, anyone can be a child, can father a child, but it takes a special man to be a dad. Absolutely. And sperm does not make a father. Nope, it doesn't. I have a child who is a product of a sperm donor, and he's never seen her. As soon as when he found out I was pregnant, he left, and she's 32, going to be 32 years old. She's never seen her father. You were adopted the same way, Dan? And see, for me, it just I feel special. He always made me feel special. And I always tried to make him feel special too, because we got to choose one another. When you get to choose that person, I think it's even more special than, And even when my parents divorced, like I said, when they divorced, even though there was that legal document that said he was responsible for me until I was 18, when I turned 18, he could have said, I did what I was supposed to do, but you aren't my child. You aren't my blood. No, that never changed. On his dying breath, excuse me, I was his daughter. And, oh man, I'm sorry. It's still very fresh, especially how it was this month in Father's Day too. I'm very sorry. On his deathbed, he told me how proud he was of me and how much he loved me, and how if he had a chance to do everything all over again, he would do it the exact way that he did. That he was proud to be my father and proud to call me his daughter. So, yeah, he figured he adopted me. My mom and he married when I was 3. The adoption was final. So I was born in '72. So they got married in '75. My adoption was finalized in '79. and he died in 2017. So I'm sorry, I did not mean to cry. Well, yes, my dad did pass. My dad found out in end of February of 2017, that he had bile duct cancer, and he had tumors on his liver that were inoperable, and he gave him 6 to 8 months to live. We found out when they found out he had the cancer, it was stage 3, and that was in the end of February. By the 1st of April, it was stage 4, and he died June 6th, 9 days before my birthday. Good night, Robert. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, 9 days before my birthday, and then it was like, you figure Father's Day was a week later. And then his birthday was born August 26th. So I had to deal with my first birthday without him, the first Father's Day without him, and then his first birthday without him, all within just a couple of months. And I couldn't be there when he passed away or when he was sick because I'm in Las Vegas and he lived in Ohio. My son was finishing school and he had finals to take. And if he didn't take his finals, he would have failed. And he already has the struggles with autism. So my dad did not want me to affect my son's future that way. And he made me promise that I would not be there. I had to promise that. And that was the hardest thing in the world. But my stepmom is a nurse. And she said it was bad. She said, he was already a cancer survivor. He found out when he was a teenager that he had ulcerative colitis. And he found out, I think he found that out in 70, like 69 or 70, that he found out that he had ulcerative colitis. So he struggled. I'm going to finish this and I'll read and catch up. Sorry. So he struggled with, stomach problems all of his life. I mean, I remember he couldn't eat any dairy at all. We used to go to a farmer to get goat's milk because that was the only thing that his stomach could handle. He couldn't eat fresh raw vegetables. Anything that he ate went right through him instantly. And I mean, instantly. Before we were finished clearing the table, he was excusing himself and he disappeared for a half hour at a time. But then in 1986, he got diagnosed with colon cancer. And he had to go in and have his colon removed. Well, part of his colon removed. And he had to have a stoma put in and a colostomy bag and an ileostomy bag. They did all three. Did both. And they put in, excuse me, let me get a tissue. 1 second, please. I am so sorry. They put in part of his colon became an artificial colon. That way he would be able to survive the rest of his life without having the ileostomy and the colostomy bag. And yes, actually my stepmom, they had known each other for years and years and years. It's kind of funny how it ended up happening, but my mom and my dad and my stepmom, she wasn't my stepmom at the time, but she became my stepmom, and her husband, they were all friends and used to hang out together and all that stuff. Well, when my mom and him divorced, they all stayed friends. But when my mom and my dad divorced, my mom was the baby. She used to watch my brother and stuff because my brother went to live with my mom and my dad had a child together. My brother lived with my mom, and I lived with my dad. Or my brother lived with my dad, and I lived with my mom. And so she used to watch him, for my dad while he was working. And when he had to have the surgery, he had to go to the Cleveland Clinic and stay up there for quite some time. But when he came home, he went and stayed with her so he could have care. And during his care, they fell for each other. And my mom was fine with it because, it never changed their friendship. Everything was good. It's because my dad was a good man and he met a good woman and it was all good. But he was a 20-year cancer survivor. 30-year, was it 30 year? Yeah, 30-year cancer survivor. He used to go up every year in November, the Cleveland Clinic to get tested to make sure the cancer hadn't come back. And in November of 2016, he had gone to the Cleveland Clinic. His test results came back cancer free. So in November, he's cancer free. In February, he has stage 3 cancer. In April, he has stage 4 cancer. And in June, he's gone. So let me catch up here. Come back here. So thank you, Nana. I really appreciate that. I just feel like a fool breaking down crying on YouTube. Are you kidding me? That's right. There may have been a legal contract that says you're my father, but he had a contract in his heart too, and that's what mattered. Thank you, Christy. I love you too. Thank you so much. Thanks, Cheryl. That's just not something that I want to. You know how they are in YouTube. There's some pretty critical people out there. I can just imagine the thumbs down I'll get on this. But it's my channel. I can do what I want, right? I am very fortunate to have had the life I had with him. Yeah, he was a wonderful, wonderful man. Anybody who met him loved him instantly. Can never say anything bad about him because he was just so wonderful. Both my dads are gone too. No need to apologize. Father's Day was tough. Yeah, my dad passed away on June 4th, 2007. Oh, yeah. So you know what that's like. Yeah. And, I have to go out and buy Father's Day cards for my father-in-law. Oh, God. My husband hates to go out shopping. I mean, he hates it with a passion. So I have to do all those things. And I told him, I said, you just have no idea how hard it is to stand there in the card aisle and look for a Father's Day card for your father-in-law when you still haven't gotten over losing your father. And I had my mother. She was married again. So I had another stepdad. We will not judge my mother. My mother is a good woman. She just had a hard time finding the right man. And my dad was the right man. It's just they weren't right for each other. But she met an amazing man on the internet. His name was Rick. And they met in 99. They got married in 2001. And we lost him on the 4th of July of 2010. June, July, and August are rough months for me because, well, I met her husband, Rick, the one that died on the 4th of July. I met him on the 4th of July. I flew to California and met him on the 4th of July. And 10 years to the day later, he died. Devastated. I haven't gotten over that one either. I've been very fortunate in my life that I've had 3 fathers. 2 of them have been the most amazing men in the world, and I've lost them both. The irony of that, not only did they die like a month apart, but several years later, but both their birthdays are in August. Rick's birthday would be August 4th, and my dad's birthday would be August 26th. Let's take this a step farther and make it even worse. My mother-in-law passed away August 26th of 2018. So I lost my mother-in-law on my father's birthday. That day just is not a good day. It's just not a good day. Let's see here. Take your time here. Thank you, Shawana. I appreciate that. And I do. I'm embarrassed that I'm crying, but I appreciate you being here and understanding and being supportive. You're welcome, Diane. I never thought I would get personal on Facebook. I never thought I would. Not with complete strangers, but you guys are strange. You're only strangers because I've never seen you face to face. You can just take him along with you for life's journey. Oh, I do. I talk to my dad all the time. Both my dads. I talk to them all the time. All the time. I know people think that I'm nuts. I do celebrate their birthdays, and I always do something that they would have done, and not maybe do something they would have done when they were alive, but I always make something that I know was like their favorite meal, and I sit and I eat it. I eat it, and in my mind, I am one of those believers that they're with me. I believe that they are always here with me. So in my mind, they're sitting at that table enjoying that meal with me. Hey, Riv, how you doing? Not allowed to be embarrassed. Oh, Riv, I was just, I don't even know how we got started on it, but my father, he passed away in 2017, and it's just, he passed away June 6th of 2017. So dealing with this, the 30-year anniversary of his death and Father's Day, that's rough. And then my stepdad died July 4th of 2010. So that's right here in the corner. And we were just talking about, there's so much. You'll have to watch the replay to really get the gist of how it all started. But my mom passed away on my birthday. Exactly 6 months to the day. Oh God, Nana, I can't even imagine. My brother-in-law goes through that because not only is my father's birthday August 26th, so is my brother-in-law's birthday August 26th. So my brother-in-law sat in the room with my mother-in-law while she passed away on his birthday. So that's not and it's also a cousin's birthday. It's just not, it's just not, I can't imagine losing a family member on my birthday. It was already close enough to my birthday, much less on my birthday. Welcome back, Bianca. Oh, you just got in from shopping. What'd you get, Riv? What did you get? Anything fun? Was it like fun shopping, or is it, grocery shopping? Thank you, Riv. I appreciate that. Your grandma, see, I lost my grandmother, my best friend in the whole wide world, who taught me how to cook, taught me how to crochet, taught me what it was like to be a housewife. And I wouldn't say she taught me how to be a housewife and the value of family. She died January 6th. There's something about the 6th did she die? Yeah, she died the 6th of January. It's hard for me to know the exact time frames because I'm on the West Coast and they're on the East Coast. And when they died, I found that it was already East Coast time when they died, but I didn't find it was West Coast time when I got informed. So she died in January of 2015. My grandfather died April 5th of 1999. Oh yeah. So I've pretty much lost the only people that's left in my immediate family, not counting my children, of course. I have my mom, and she's got a birthday coming up. Her birthday's the 27th of this month, and she's going to be 69. So, and she's got a lot of health problems. So it starts getting scary. And then I have an uncle, her brother. I still have him, but they lost a brother. He was her. My mom was the oldest, and they lost their middle brother. He died in 2012. He had an aneurysm, brain aneurysm, and he actually was on a business trip and had a heart, died in his hotel room by himself. They found out through his coworkers who came to his room wondering why he wasn't down for breakfast and why he wasn't answering his phone. And they had to kick the door in and found him laying between the beds in the hotel room dead. That was in July 25th of 2012. I'm reading this here. Then my only blood brother passed away on the list. Oh my God. Oh, I'm so sorry, Nana. I know I don't know what it's like to, like I said, lose somebody on that birthday like that, but I can't even. Thank you, Riv. Let's throw some hearts up for all these people that have lost somebody, and they still struggle with those losses. We come to grips with it. We have to deal with it, but I don't think we ever accept it. Yes, I have one grandmother left too. She will be 98 in December. She's got Alzheimer's. She's pretty much bedridden. She had a stroke 7 years ago, and she never really completely recovered from it. That is my dad's mom. My dad, not my bio dad, my dad. My bio dad, both my grandparents died. One died in 74 and the other died in 79. I met them. I have a memory of them, but it's not much. There wasn't memories created. It was just I remember seeing them. But my dad, who passed away, the man who raised me, it's his mother who's still alive, and she's 98. His dad died a month to the day apart from my mom's dad. I have one more left. Let's go to him. So I have, like I said, my mom, my mom's brother, and my half brother, and that's it on my side of the family, other than my children. I have a daughter and a grandmother. Very hold close to those people you still have alive, because I'm going to tell you when they're gone. It's okay, Christy. If you're crafting with Christy. You're crafting. So work and learn, my dear. Biggest loss for me is like I still struggle. That's something that scares me. I don't know what my life is going to be like if my husband goes before me. I mean, we've been together 13 years on June 30th. We will be married 6 years on June 30th. He's my best friend. He drives me batshit crazy 90% of the time, but he is my best friend. I would be utterly lost without him. So when I think about the fact that there could be a day where I am without him, I just can't even come to grips with it. I just can't. Well, see, I live in Vegas. The only person I have out here is my son and my husband. I have no family here. And his family, my husband has his dad and his brother and sister who live in Arizona. And then he's got some cousins in New York, but that's it too. I became pretty. Wait a minute. I never say what, Cheryl? You're like, I never say that. What is it? Me and my mother-in-law were pretty close too, so losing her was really, really hard. And my daughter and my mom, it's all. My mom had 2 strokes, one in December and one in January. Oh my gosh. That's got to be hard. 2 strokes within a month. Oh, I'm sorry, Cheryl. I'm sorry. All right, I've really brought this party down, haven't I? And I am. Sorry about that. I thank you so much for understanding, and I still have a couple people in here. There's still a few people that haven't left. Thank you for that. I appreciate you sticking here through my tears. I'm usually really good about not crying. Usually if I cry, I'm angry. I mean, for me to cry, I am either heartbroken for something like this or angry. And if I'm angry and I'm crying, run. Run fast, fast and far, because it's not going to end pretty. For somebody, if you're in my path, it's not going to end pretty. I'm German and Irish. I'm like 3/4 Irish and 1/4 German. So I come with it honestly. Yeah. So anyway, now that let's boost this back up here a little. And what are we working on? If we're not working on anything right now, because we're listening to me ramble, or it's too late to focus, what is your project what is your current work in progress, or what are you going to be working on next? And I've got to find, I don't remember, I've now forgotten what symbol I was working on. Okay, there it is. And I don't have any more of that up, so I get to color. Once we get through these months here, it'll help. And this is why I diamond paint and I read and I craft and stuff. It really helps me because while reading makes me feel closer to my father, because, well, that's where I found the love of reading is through my father. Crocheting, my grandmother taught me. Same thing with cooking. My grandmother taught me how to cook. So those are things that their memories always stay with me, and they're always with me while I do that. So that helps. The diamond painting, that's just something I found on Facebook, and that was the end of that. A Facebook video or a Facebook ad, sold. Went out, bought my diamond painting, ordered diamond painting, and I've been in trouble ever since. Talking. Well, we all know I can talk, and that's funny. My husband got a notification on his phone about my YouTube video yesterday. He said, "Did you really have almost a 3-hour video yesterday?" I was like, "Yeah, I did." I couldn't believe it. It was 2 hours and 58 minutes. I cannot believe I was live that long. Because I can't believe you could talk that long. I was like, you can't believe I could talk that long. You know me. But did you forget who I am? I could talk the ear off of an elephant. Seriously, you could find that much to talk about in 3 hours? Yeah, I guess I can. Disney Princesses Ensemble. Now, is it the one, Diane, where they're head to head in a circle, or is it one where it's the little blocks of the princesses side by side and 2 rows or 3 rows down. If it's the one it's the second one, I have that one. It's got the Ariel, Cinderella, Snow White, was it Jasmine, Sleeping Beauty, and I can't remember the other one, but if it's that one, then I got it. Let's see here. Laying down, I'm going to finish my crystal art canvas. I want to get a crystal art canvas. I'm going to have to get a crystal art canvas. And like I said, the mystical art, I want that too. Craft for the 4th of July for my channel. Craft for the 4th of, what's the craft for the 4th of July? Oh, you're working on the craft for the 4th of July for your channel, Shalana? I'm almost finished with the Buddha Feng Shui on Diamond Art Club. Nice. I see a real lucky. So because in Victoria, they're saying one item of product per customer. Isn't? It's just, Bianca, we dealt with that for a long time. We're still dealing with that here in the United States because people are stockpiling. And there's people that were literally could not get a roll of toilet paper. They could not get hand sanitizer. We could get hand sanitizer here, at least in Nevada, until about 2 weeks ago, because all the hand sanitizer, all the alcohol, all the masks and surgical gloves and Clorox bleach, that was all being donated to the hospitals for the, and the emergency responders and healthcare workers and such. We couldn't get nothing. And when we was able to get toilet paper, depending on how many rolls was in a pack. If it was 4 rolls, we could get 2 packs. If it was 12 rolls, we could only get 1 pack. We could get 1 dozen eggs. And I make breakfast for my men on the weekends, my men being my son and my husband. And when they each eat, when I make scrambled eggs for them, I'm using 6 eggs for scrambled eggs. So I could go through a dozen eggs in 2 days. I was only allowed to buy 1 dozen eggs. Yeah. Got that. Here, I got the toilet paper here. I'm getting 20 pack today. Yeah. And it was hard. Trying to do a lead from down here. You're still limited there, Cheryl. I have a feeling we're going to end up limited here again because our I didn't watch tonight's news, so I didn't hear any information. So let me see here. Let me see if there's an update here in Vegas of our new positive tests. News 8 Las Vegas. There we go. So as of today, does it say? Oh, goodness. Now my phone wants to go nuts and ads and all this stuff. I don't want ads. All right, where we go? There we go. So this was posted 8 hours ago. And Clark County, which that's the county I live in, reported its largest single day increase. Now, we had our largest single day increase initially was in March or April. I think it was April, maybe it was March. Then it was 245 positive cases in one day. A week or 2 ago, we topped that at 342 in one day. And 8 hours ago, it was posted that we had 462 new positive cases in the last 24 hours. And that's in Nevada, 462 in Nevada, but 412 of the 462 is in my county. There are now 13,009, well, at this time of the posting was 13,997 cases and 492 deaths after we had 3 additional deaths overnight. We have so there are 11,186 confirmed cases in the state, but there's 13,997 in the state, but 11,186 are in my county. And 402 of the 462 deaths, 402 of them are in my county. In the past 7 days, we've had 1,983 positive tests in the past 7 days. That's not good. So I have a feeling we're in trouble because they're opening the casinos up. People aren't wearing masks. We've got people coming from California and Florida and Washington State and all these places where, in New York, we had the big problems. They're coming here and they're not wearing masks and they're not social distancing in the casinos and in the restaurants. And yeah. Our PPE is again in danger of shortage. Yeah, we're going to be there too. Still limited here as well, along with meat. We have our meat, but oh my God, the prices of meat. I was going to get a package of pork chops for my son and my husband because with braces, I can't eat them. So I was going to get 4 pork chops so they could have 2 each. They are not the thick, half-inch or 1-inch pork chops. They're just your basic pork chop. For 4 pork chops, it was going to cost me $19. Guess what? They didn't have pork chops. They did not have pork chops. Alabama, I know Alabama's getting bad, and Papa's getting ready to move there. That's a scary thought. Yeah, we're definitely going to hit 200,000 cases by September. There's no doubt. There's no doubt, if not more. And I'm going to request video visits for me and my son because we both have a compromised immune system. So I'm going to try and avoid doctor's office visits unless it's something that we physically need to be seen for. You're in Iowa, Diane? Okay, so it's getting bad there. Yeah, talking about stress and exhaustion. I try not to leave here any more than I have to. And I know I'm going tomorrow to Joann's and I will wear my mask and I will follow all the precautions. But I don't want to miss out on the sale. That's, 20% off of the additional, of the already 30 and 40 and 50% off. I don't want to miss out on that. So hospital beds are at capacity. So you have no idea. They were saying, I think it says here, with this, they were showing where we were at on the capacity of our beds. Let me see here. Yeah, and see, we only have 285,790 tests that have been done, and I live in a city that has 2.3 million people that live in it, not counting the people that come from other states for visits and such. That's a bit scary. Let me see. I'm trying to see what they say for capacity. Oh, it says a total. Right now, we have a total of 1,868 hospitals have been reported in, or a total of 1,868 hospitalizations have been reported in Clark County since the pandemic began. So that's just in my county, 1,868 hospitalizations. And the hospitalizations increased by 28 in the past 24 hours. And it doesn't tell me anything more beyond the, it doesn't say where we're at as far as ventilators or anything like that. No, it all has changed. Yeah, they should not have opened our casinos. They should not have done it. I have a feeling they're going to close again. You got a couple of mails. Really, what'd you get? Hey, changing the subject or saying something rude is always welcome. Florida's one of the worst states. Oh yeah, they said that Florida's now going to become the epicenter that New York was. I was tested tonight, still waiting on results. Oh, praying for him again. Let's throw some hearts up for Nana's son. That he definitely does not need to test positive. California's bad. The tennis player has the virus. Which tennis player, Bianca? There's a lot of them out there. I've been here because I'm very high risk, and if I were to catch that, probably not good. Yeah, and see, my son has asthma, and I have fibromyalgia, as well as IBS, and then I just struggle with, neurological things that I guess seem to play a havoc on my immune system as well. Yeah, definitely stay safe. Yeah, I got me a new Facebook. I mean, a new YouTube doctor. She's got to stay safe. I need to be able to ask her. When I have questions, I need to ask her. Patty wax. Yeah, that's hard for people to get their hands on. Is patty wax. That's why at least two of my two winners from the community event won't have to struggle to get a piece of patty wax because they're each going to get a piece of patty wax. But my daughter. Oh no. Oh, you haven't opened it to look in it yet? Oh goodness. Oh, when I was looking up the information for you guys, we've been waiting to find out what they're going to do with our schools. That's a scary thought. I mean, I'm really concerned. But they did unveil a proposed reopening plan for the fall semester. Oh, yeah, a 33-page presentation on Tuesday for the reopening plan. It is important to note that it has not been approved yet. It's just a proposal. CCSD, which is the school district, proposed reopening plan includes blending learning, which means students would have in-person instruction 2 times a week and online classes 3 times a week. Some parents we spoke to in the Southwest Las Vegas Valley said that is a good balance. See, I'm not sending my son goes to charter school, so my son's not going to go to school. I am not putting my son in the already overcrowded classrooms that we have. When we have classrooms that have 40 and 50 students or more, yeah, no. They can't, our hallways are only 6 foot wide. How are we supposed to have 6 foot social distancing between the kids in the halls and in the lunch rooms? And we don't even have, they actually said here, they do not even have enough desks for each student to have their own desk in a classroom, even wiping the desks between classes. If you put 50 students or more in a classroom, there's not 50 desks. So what they do is they share the long desks, the long rectangle tables, because they're not desks, they're just tables. They share that. No, I'm not putting my son back in school. They'll do everything online. Diamond Queen 2020, welcome. I'm catching up here. Oh, you found it on the outside. Oh, you found it on the outside of the package. Using patty wax now. Yeah, I've got my super sticky. And then I use the pink stuff in my multi-placer. I wish I was in a very cold area. When my husband went to bed, when I started this live, it was 99 degrees, and that was at 11 o'clock. No kids in school. I just think we're asking for problems. Once the school's open, then then they're going to want to start playing sports, and then they're going to have the contact sports, and no, not good. I will be doing unboxings Friday, showing patty wax and this fish pond thing. Nice, nice. We're about to check that out. Have to check out your video. It is. It's and schools are a breeding ground for germs because well we know kids do not wash their hands and they wipe their hands rub their nose or their snotty. I'm just gonna say they're gonna rub their snotty nose on their hands and then touch something. They do. The kids are gross. 7 kids, 2 sets of twins, only 1 left in school, so no way sending him. Yeah, don't need that. Yeah, see, my son is my youngest. He's the only one still in school. Overnight here in State Victoria, Australia. I wish we only had 20 more cases. Like I said, 460 new cases in 24 hours in Las Vegas. Yeah, that's bad. All right, Christy, thanks for stopping in and thanks for sticking with me through my tears and being so supportive. I really appreciate it. You have a great night and hope you have a good night's sleep. So take care. Yeah, I see. We're supposed to still social distance, but I think they have us at 250, but I think that's going to change here real quick. Real quick. Yeah, I'd say that's something here. People were asking if we were going to go and do anything over the summer, go to the beach. No, I am playing this exactly the way it's supposed to. I go to the store when I have to go to the store. I put my mask on. I come home. I take my bags out of my cans and my stuff out of my bags. I wipe them down with Clorox wipes before I put them in my cabinet. And I wipe off my counter. Anything that comes in my house that touches my counter, touches my hands, it gets wiped. I use hand sanitizer. I wash my hands. My son's not allowed to go out and hang out with anybody. I don't even want him going out riding his bike and risking him riding with other kids and getting too close. How many people have we have died from the coronavirus? Here in my county, just in my county, we have. I have to look again. Yes, give me a second here. Where was it? Here we go. So in my state, we had 462 new cases. 412 of them belonged in my county. And our deaths, we have 492 deaths in my state and 402 of those 492 out of the 492 in the state, 402 of them belong in my county. And I mind you, we've only tested 275,000 people in our entire state. And I live in a city that has 2.3 million people in it. Yeah. We've only tested what? 10%? Is that even? I'm bad with math, so don't expect me to get that right, but you know what I mean. When you've only done 275,000 tests and you have 2.3 million people, you're not testing enough. Careful because those southern states, Diamond Queen, are getting pounded. Yeah, and you're in Florida, Cheryl. Yeah, your governor. He was clueless when he opened up. Him and the Georgia governor. Oh my God, I couldn't believe it. Just be safe, Diamond Queen. I'm not leaving my city. I'm not leaving my state. We, we would love to see my father-in-law, but Arizona, they are in bad shape right now. My sister-in-law is an infectious disease nurse at Banner Medical Center, and they had like, I forget, like 4,000 positive cases that came in just over like the past day or two. Yeah. Yeah, so you lost 20 people in your state. Yeah. We've lost, yeah, we've lost a lot. I'm not sure how many Queensland and Victoria, Australia, they say they are worried about. Oh, we haven't even started our second wave. Our second wave isn't going to hit, they said, till September or October, and they said that this is going to be something that the loss is going to be something we've never seen in our lifetime. I'm sure, Cheryl, you've seen that because I'm sure you're keeping a real close eye on it. What were they saying? I just seen it tonight with CDC that they were saying that the loss that they're expecting our second wave to hit in the fall. Did you see what they were expecting? I know it's just supposed to be something absolutely catastrophic. Our mayor, when they opened it up, I mean, he started off real good. I think he fell with the pressure because people were losing their mind. He was not going to open it because we're only in our second phase. We're not even in phase 3 yet. And I think, like I said, and we haven't even done all of phase 2 yet. I mean, he started off doing everything. He was following things through the science and medicine. And I think he fell victim to the protesters and the fits that everybody was throwing out here. And you should see the people aren't wearing masks. They are not wearing masks because they don't believe this is true. They think this is a hoax. They're like, it's just like any other flu. You don't shut down the world because of the flu. Listen, people, listen. Look, this coffee's coming out in me. 362 people die every year of the flu. That's the whole year. We've lost over 100,000 people to death in 6 months. We've lost, 117,000 people that have died in 6 months, and they want to worry about losing 362 people in an entire year to the flu. This isn't the flu. This is nowhere near the flu. It can't even be put in the same category as the flu. And the flu doesn't kill this many people at this rate of speed in 6 months. So, I'm so tired of hearing people say, oh, and I'm not going to get it, or I don't have any symptoms. Hey, how many people have died that didn't have a symptom? You don't have to have a symptom. Yeah, that's it. With the flu season and the COVID, yeah, it's going to be catastrophic. You better believe I am right now trying to clean out my freezer and finish, use up all the stuff that I have in my freezer, try to limit buying anything outside of what we absolutely need. Not due to finances so much as I want to make sure my freezer is cleaned out and I use the stuff that's in there so it doesn't get freezer burnt. So before fall hits, before I have to focus on flu season, that I can stock up on all of my frozen foods, all my canned goods, all my non-perishable stuff, where the only thing I have to worry about going to the store to get on a weekly basis is like milk or, coffee creamer, things like that. I'm even going to start stocking up on flour and stuff because bread is going to become an issue. Trying to get your hands on bread. I'm going to start making my own bread. So I'm going to stock up on flour and yeast and all those things that I can keep stored in a nice dark place and double bag things so I don't have to worry about getting wheat bugs or anything in my flour. But yeah, I know this is going to be absolutely horrible. And I'm also considering doing all my Christmas shopping ahead of time, so I don't have a hard time getting things and dealing with shipping. So at least if we're stuck in this house and it's going to be that scary for everybody, at least my son can enjoy Christmas. It's winter there in Queensland. Let me read here. My daughter said I knew something was going to happen because the new TV show zombie. Yeah. A lot of people are thinking that all these deaths, we're going to have a zombie apocalypse. Required masks here. Can't get without a mask. And see, that's why I want to go ahead and get the sewing machine and start making masks, because we did buy masks, but I don't know how long you can keep wearing a mask. I mean, the ones that we have, you can walk, just let it run over underwater. I'm afraid to put any like alcohol on it or chemical because I'm afraid it might just, affect it. So that's why I want to make masks. We don't have we're not using surgical masks. I have them in case of emergency. I do have a few surgical masks, but we had the N95, and after wearing it so often, it starts to fall apart. So we're not wearing those now. I got one that does have a filter on it. I got it off of the internet, but sorry about you guys, but it's too big for my son, so he struggles wearing it. So right now he's just wearing a bandana. I went and bought him bandanas, and he does looks like he's going to rob a bank with the bandana thing. But I know that that's not safe, so we try not to take him out more than necessary. So I need to get, work on HEPA filters and you're trying to get my hands on the HEPA filters and get stockpiled on stuff, but it's just so hard. Would you mind? Yeah, and see, that's the thing. Masks you're not wearing a mask to protect yourself. You're wearing a mask to protect others. Because, you're wearing it to protect yourself too. But the purpose of a mask is to protect others, because when we talk, and I know Cheryl will confirm this, when we talk, when we cough, when we sneeze, there's droplets. Sometimes when we're talking, we'll see that spray, or we accidentally spray, but there's always droplets coming out. There's always the spores and the stuff that comes out of our mouth when we talk. So you're standing there talking to somebody, they're breathing that in. So you wear the mask to protect them. They wear the mask to protect you. That's the purpose of masks. Are masks foolproof? No, they're not foolproof, but they're 75 to 85% protected. That's the purpose of wearing the masks. And you got people wearing the shields for the same thing, so you don't have to have the spray. But you got to remember, wherever somebody has stood and talked, that's basically contaminated air for 3 hours. That's 3 hours that, how many people walk past where you stood and talked when you're in the store? They're walking past it. So they're walking right into that. So having PPE of some sort, whether it's wearing gloves, whether it's wearing a mask, whether it's wearing a shield, it's just like birth control. Birth control is not foolproof. So they tell you to use another form, another method for that extra security. Well, this isn't foolproof, but it's better trying to do something than it is assuming that, this is a hoax and I'm not going to get it because I have a fantastic immune system. Just because you have a good immune system we don't know enough about this on how it can affect even the best immune systems. All right, let me read here. UV light can kill the virus on a mask. It's about 35. Oh, God, it's cold in Queensland right now. Holy smokes. We had our first child die of COVID. They wouldn't give us the exact age because of whatever, but our first child died here, and it was between the ages of 5 and 17. Okay, so if I were to get material and make masks, I would be okay, Cheryl? And HEPA will not do it. Okay. Can I ask a question? Yes, Nana, absolutely. People saying you're telling me the mask stuff. That's exactly right. Hand washing is the most important. Absolutely. The kids are doing a lot of hand washing in schools. Yeah, but they can wash their hands, but you know what? Not all kids wash their hands. So your boys could wash their hands and then touch something that somebody else touched, and it's just not good. Stay home. When you must go out, use a mask and do not touch your face. Yes, do not touch your face. Do not touch your nose. Do not touch your eyes. That's what I do. All over the country. Oh, you do infectious control, Cheryl? Oh, yeah, retreat. No one in your city are wearing face masks, Bianca, or in your country or province or however it is. Yeah, I wouldn't leave my house ever if people ain't wearing masks. No. If you can toss a cloth mask. Okay, so if I can get my hands on a sewing machine at a price that's not going to break the bank, I'll start making masks. Yes. Yes. Now Cheryl is a doctor. We have got Cheryl Katz, MD. I did not know that. And I should have known that, she said, but somehow I missed it. Services are not so much better. Yeah, because on the surface they say it doesn't last but what, like 45 minutes? I think is what they said. They thought it lasted longer, but they say it kind of lasts 45 minutes, depending on the type of surface that it is. Can I step away for just like a minute or two? Are you okay with that? 39 minutes. Okay. I thought it was 45, but I was close. I wasn't too far off there. No. Well, you would think people, and that's what they thought. Okay, summer's going to hit, it's going to die. But this is my thought process on my medical experience. Hospitals are kept at what, 65 degrees or something like that for a reason, because it slows, germs cannot, they need heat, they need dark and damp, how germs are. And you put germs in a cold climate, it slows them down, so they can't multiply as fast. But in the heat, they speed up, they get their energy. So I would kind of think, and I'm probably not explaining this right, especially with a doctor in the room here, but you would think that the sun would kill it. But we don't know enough about this virus to make any kind of determination. You test positive. From what I understand, if you test positive and you stay quarantined 14 days, I think you have to be tested then after that to see if you have the antibodies. Is that correct, Cheryl? That if you test positive, then after 14 days quarantine, they retest you and they're looking for the antibodies at that point? I also understand it has to, if I understand this correctly, it's not the skin that you are getting testing positive. It's because it hits the membranes. You know, you got the membranes in your nose, you got the membranes in your eyes and in your mouth. It has to make contact that way, if I understand properly. No, if you test positive, if you get symptoms or test positive, they put you in a 14-day quarantine. Then they check you again, and that determines how much longer you have to stay in quarantine. Because remember, you can test positive and not have any symptoms. Oh, only after you no longer have the virus. But what if you, like I said, you don't have any symptoms and you find out you're positive? Is that where they start doing the asymptomatic then? I have yes, very easily. Is it very easily spread on skin, or is it just through the membranes? All right, I need to step away for just a second. I'll be right back. I'm back. When when you do lives as long as I do, it doesn't matter how many times that you go to the bathroom before your live, you have to go during it. All right, so let me catch up here. My friend was tested on the 14th of this month, and they set it off and called her a couple of days time. Oh, wait a minute. I'm a couple of days and said, take your time. Thanks, Riv. I appreciate that. Open wound. Okay, yeah, that's like with anything, with the infectious disease and stuff, open wounds. Yeah, that makes sense. Then they told her she didn't have to come back after the 14 days. I wonder why, because here yeah, when you get your test, you should self quarantine until you get results. Then after your results, then you have to extend your quarantine until symptoms start, but then they still need to be retesting. For COVID-19. Ugh, gosh, I can't even imagine. That's why I'm just so scared. And I wake up in the morning and I always wake up with a dry cough, always. And it scares me until it loosens up. And I think it's allergies that does that, but until that dry cough becomes moist, I'm scared. And then the sneezing starts. Then I get scared then too. And I'm always tired, but that's just because, well, I stay up all night long. I don't sleep well. And the fibro affects me that way too. Cheryl, I have a question. I know it probably has to do with my neurologic, the nerve disorder and stuff that I have with the central nervous system. But lately, and it could be the heat too, but lately I have been noticing that I have had more frequent episodes of vertigo. Could that be a sign of a flare up that's coming? Could I be getting ready to have a pretty intense flare up coming if I have more frequent episodes of vertigo? Now, the like right now, when I stood up to go to the bathroom, I had that noise in your ears. It sounds like somebody's going in, like it's going in and out, in and out. And I had that little bit of ringing, and I don't have tinnitus or anything like that. So, well, I have the damaged nerves, spinal nerves, due to my neck and back surgery because there was a lot of damage to the nerves prior to the surgery, and then of course when they did the surgery, um, there was some there were some nerves that never healed right. I have such hypersensitive nerves in my neck and back that I can have like, a lot of times anybody who gets a hair caught in the fibers of their shirt, it'll rub on their back or something, and it tickles and it drives you nuts. Well, and that's how a shirt is for me. I need to put a shirt on, and just to have the shirt slightly touch my back, it hurts. It actually causes intense pain. That doesn't affect the central nervous system. I thought that had something to do with it. At least that's what. Well, my doctor said I had some central nervous damage, so I don't necessarily know where that is. But I have. They did a. Oh God, brain fog. They did a. I had to have the nerve study test done, where they stuck all the needles in me. EMG. I had an EMG done, and when they did the one in my neck, they said that there was central nerve damage. And I said, normally I don't have tinnitus. I only get that ringing in my ears or such when I have a vertigo moment. I have nerve damage possibly, but not okay. Yeah, because when they stuck in my hip, which they said that I have really bad sciatica, but they stuck 3 needles in my right hip, and I literally felt nothing at all. And then, and they figured that that had to do with the S1 nerve. And then, I know that scares me. Yes, I did have the labs done for the fibromyalgia, and that's where I got my full diagnosis on that. And then all the strengthening tests and stuff, we've done that. They've talked about that it could be early. I mean, it could be very early MS. They also mentioned that they're always watching for lupus or Lyme disease. I don't know why they would be looking for Lyme disease, because I don't even know. But I just I try not to think about I really try not to think about all the things that this could lead to. But I also have I have risks for so many things. My mom had she has osteoarthritis and osteoporosis and osteopenia. She's got all the osteos. My grandmother had rheumatoid arthritis and osteoporosis and osteopenia. And being so young when I had my hysterectomy, that automatically puts me in so many bone and joint issues. I don't need to have that already adding to my muscular and nerve issues. PMU? Okay, I'll do that. But yeah, I have my medical experience is limited to just, I was a nurse's aide in a hospital. I was a glorified butt wiper in a hospital. Though I had more, more schooling because I did acute care. But then, as a medical assistant, it's like they train you to only fit in what your scope is. They don't give you enough background. So, I know what I know. Most of what I know is just from books because I never had to. You learn more from experience than you do from a book. Yeah, that hands-on. And I didn't work in any specialty per se. When I worked in the hospital as a nurse's aide, I did work in the emergency room. I worked in ICU. I worked in med surg for the most part. But I didn't do, work in for a heart doctor or in the cath unit or anything like that. So, and I've seen several different doctors. One doctor tells me one thing, another doctor tells me another thing. I mean, right after I hurt my back in 2006, a month after hurting my back, they wanted to do back surgery. And I was like, no, no way. They said, well, if you don't have back surgery now, you could be in a wheelchair by the time you're 40. Well, I'm not saying I won't have back surgery, but I'm just saying I'm not having back surgery today. So we'll wait until we'll try all the other avenues first. We tried physical therapy. We tried, massage therapy. We tried, pain meds. We tried just letting it run its course. And as things progressed, it did get worse to where I was starting to lose bowel and bladder control. I was falling down the steps. My legs weren't cooperating. And that's when I finally decided to have the back surgery. That's why we get tortured with residency. Yeah, see, and again, I just was a medical assistant. I had 6 weeks intern or externship, and that was it. And it was externship in a just a regular doctor's office. It was just just your primary care office. So I gave allergy shots, and I wrote prescriptions. Well, the doctor signed them, but I did refills for prescriptions for diet pills and Adderall and cholesterol medications. Prevacid. I wrote more Prevacid prescriptions than I would like to think. Minimal pain. That's it. I had the back surgery July 15th of 2015. So 5 years. I'm 5 years post-op as of July 15th. And then my next surgery I had July 28th of 2000, or July 25th of 2018. So 5 years post-op on one, 3 years post-op on the other. And I had L4, L5 transformational inner body fusion with S1 nerve. Sorry, the beeping. I was turning my fan off. Probably can hear me better too. It was an injury from work. I was transferring a patient from bedside commode to bed and following all protocol, gait belt, and just as I was transferring the patient from the bedside commode, just as I was in my pivot, then to boost him up onto the bed, he had a mental or altered mental status. He was actually in isolation, waiting for MRSA and C. diff results to come back. So he was not supposed to be alone. I was actually in there as a sitter that night to make sure, because he kept trying to get out of bed and such, trying to pull out his catheters, all that stuff. So I was in there babysitting more or less and helping him do his transfer. And even though we're supposed to have 2 people transfer, there's only one person in that room saying that whole time. He was trying to get up from the bedside commode before I could get over to him, and nobody could get on up fast enough to put on their isolation gear, and I had to take care of it by myself. Well, like I said, with his altered mental status, when I was in the middle of my pivot to turn him, he tucked his legs up from underneath him, but he had his arms wrapped around my neck instead of around my waist, like I had mine around his waist with the gait belt. He wrapped his arms around my neck, and in that pivot, he drew his knees up totally right off the floor, took his feet up, drew his knees up, and he put all of his weight on my neck and my shoulders in that pivot, and that's when I hurt the back and the neck. My surgery, it could have been when I lifted files or something. I know, and that's the thing. And this happened in Utah. I filed a workers' comp, and they said that it didn't happen on the job. Yeah, this guy was about 6'2". At that time I was 5'4.5". I've lost almost 1.75 inches due to my surgeries and age. And he weighed about 175. And I weighed at that time, about 145. Yeah. Yep. And I said I was not, but it was let him fall and get hurt or me get hurt. And Though I should have thought of me first, I was thinking of the patient, because if he was my responsibility, if he got hurt on my watch, I risked a lawsuit from the family, the hospital being sued, and me being sued. So yes, I did something that I wasn't supposed to do, but I did it in the protection of my patient. My patient came first. Yeah, ended up being in the workers' comp. They ended up settling out of court, and they gave me $15,000. Yeah, then I can't do the work that I used to do, and I can't do any kind of work really. And I don't qualify for disability because they told me that there's a job out there I could do. My mouth works fine and my hands work fine, so I could get a desk job. Well, yeah, I can only sit for so long before I have to move around. And you can't find a job that's going to allow you just to get up and wander whenever you need to. And there's some days I can't even get out of bed that my back hurts so bad. So it's not like I can call and say, oh yeah, I'm not going to make it in today. And maybe 3 days in a row are like that. I'm not going to keep a job. So I didn't qualify for disability. And then after I had my back surgery, the doctor told me to apply for disability just in case, there was just, it was going to take a while to determine if it was successful. And I applied for disability then, and I didn't qualify for it then either because the statute of limitation had ran out because I hadn't worked the 5 years in a 10-year span. I got hurt in 2006. I had my back surgery in 2015. And did not work 5 years. April 21st of 2006 was when I got hurt, and I've not worked since. So due to the fact that I lost quarters and didn't have my time in, yeah, I don't even qualify for disability. Oh, I called for help. Yeah, I hit the call light, but she wasn't getting there fast enough. By the time she got there and started gowning up, I was already in my pivot because he was already trying to stand up. And I kept telling him, just sit back down, just sit back down. And he started grabbing his IV and almost knocked his pole over. And yeah. So that's what happened there. That's how I got hurt. My husband said I would have just I would have let go and let him fall. Oh my God. I was like, you want to act like a moron? This is my husband talking. You want to act like a moron? You want to get hurt? Yeah, go ahead, fall, get hurt. You ain't taking me with you. Doctor said everything in. Nope. It states that in order to qualify for disability, you have to work 5 years within a 10-year span. And I had everything from my surgeons, from my doctors, from my physical therapists, from the neurologist, from everything, and they denied it. No, it had nothing to do with the past employment. It just, you have to, my mother-in-law, stepmother's the same way. She had a tumor removed from her. Nope, it's disability. It is disability. You will lose your disability because at the time they hadn't deemed me disabled. At the time that I had my injury, they had not deemed me disabled. They said that I could get a job doing something. It was after the back surgery that they deemed me disabled, but I lost my I lost the disability due to the fact that I didn't work within a 10-year span. Let's see. I'm trying to search because I want to find it. I couldn't remember how it was worded. How many years? Yeah, I can type. Not. This says usually need 20 work credits earned in the last 10 years. However, younger workers can qualify for disability benefits with fewer worked credits. If you become disabled before the age of 24, you must have earned 6 credits in 3 years prior to the onset of your disability. So it says you need to have 20 work credits earned in the last 10 years to qualify for disability. I mean, I went and got an attorney and they denied me. I went and got another attorney and they denied me. And they said, you lost your disability credits because you did not work enough you didn't work in a certain amount of time in 10 years. Oh, you're welcome, Shawana. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. Oh yeah, I said I applied. I don't qualify for SSI. Not with my husband's income. My husband makes too much money. Yep. I fought with attorneys and disability and workers' comp from 2006 until 2007, the end of 16, beginning of 17. I've had I had 2 different workers' comp attorneys. I had 3 or 4 different, because I had a disability attorney in Ohio. I had 1 in Utah, and I've had 2 here. And yep, we've gone to court, and they denied me every time. As they said that I lost my qualifications due to the fact that I did not work between the day of the injury and my request for application. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. I mean, it's not a financial thing that I need it, but what's going to really hurt is, and this is something that, you can't help but worry about. You think about it, that we've only been married 6 years. If he were, we have to be married 10 years for me to draw on his Social Security. If something were to happen to him before we hit our 10 years, yeah, I won't be able to collect on his Social Security, and I won't be able to qualify for my own, and I won't be able to get disability. So yeah, you want to talk about stockpiling and saving money? We're saving money like crazy for his retirement, and God forbid that I lose him. But it's just, I had all my 40 quarters in for Social Security. I had already had all of those in 15 years ago, almost 20 years ago. No, he has no children. Nope. They'd never been married and had never had children. So it's just him, me, and my son. My son, because he's been raising my son since he was 2.5. Because, like I said, his father, my son's father, walked out on us June 1st of 2017. Sorry, not 2017. 2007. We're gonna get 2017 because we're talking about surgery and stuff. Now, my son's father walked out June 1st of 2007, and he's never contacted him or anything. Yeah. Yeah, I will get that. I just, like I said, won't collect unless, once we hit the 10-year mark, then yeah, if he passed away, then I would draw on his Social Security as a survivor, and then I will have everything that we had put away. Yeah, he's already made me a beneficiary of everything and joint of all that. But it's just the fact that, yeah, they make it very hard. I mean, I worked for this. I put in my time in. So just because I couldn't work and they denied me disability the first time, and then they said, oh yeah, well, you get a job doing something. You can do this, you can do that. Yeah. My son? My son is going to be 16 in December. He's on the autism spectrum. He currently gets SSI off of his father, his biological father, which you figure that's going to end in 2 years. Yeah, but it doesn't work like that with Social Security. Now, I would see, he has it set up that he has a pension from the elevator union. But the thing is with that, and that got us too. Because I am 6 years younger than he is, he loses 3% of his pension when he starts drawing on his unemployment or drawing on his pension. Yeah, 6 years. If you're 5 years or more younger than or older than your spouse, they take 3% because longevity. I'm going to live longer than that isn't necessarily true. Now, if I was 4 years or less younger than him, he would get his full pension. So the way he has it set up right now, his pension goes with him because we don't know how long he'll live after his pension. And if he takes it with him, then he'll get more of his pension at the time that he's collecting it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'll have to apply for benefits then for him on his own. And when he turns 18, then we'll apply for benefits for him, for SSI for himself. Or I don't know if I don't think he'll qualify for disability because he's high functioning autistic. He's like very high functioning. He just has, he walks to the beat of his own drum, put it that way. He's very smart. I mean, he had 4.0 in the second half of the school year. He had a 3.2 in the first half of the school year and finalized the second half of the school year at 4.0. So he's very intelligent. He's just lazy. You would do better if you weren't married. Get benefits for yourself and your son full pension. Here in Nevada, we don't get benefits. I was getting this is what happened when I first moved out here, because my son was under a certain age, I was able to get benefits. But as soon as he became full-time in school, they required me to join a work program to go to school for them to train me and have me go to work. And I wasn't able to work. So because they said I couldn't go to work and I was denied disability, I couldn't get my food stamps or anything. So they took my benefits. That's why me and my husband got married. Because they were forcing me to literally get a job working at like McDonald's or something in order to qualify for benefits. Because for 7 years, I had been receiving benefits. So they said, you either are going to go and join a work program and get a job and get off the food stamps. We'll still provide you with medical, but you're going to get a job. And I said, I can't get a job because of my injury. And they said, well, then apply for disability. And that's when I got denied the disability for the final time. And they said, well, anybody can flip a burger. Literally, the caseworker said anybody can flip a burger. So they wanted me to go and work at McDonald's. I couldn't stand there and do McDonald's. All right, I'm reading here. Understood. He's 16. Yeah, he just got diagnosed. I said, we fought with attorneys until we was getting real close where I was going to be filing a bankruptcy because, it was court costs, my attorney fees. And I had two attorneys that if they didn't win, I didn't pay. but I still had the workers' comp attorney that I had to pay and the court costs. And yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can stand and do things, for minimal time and stuff in my home, but I still have to sit and take breaks. And sometimes I need to lay down, and sometimes I need to sit down. And I have four Manila folders, file folders. This this thick, from doctors and physical therapists, and they even sent me to their doctors. Their doctors said, nope, she's not fully disabled. She can still talk and she can do this and she can do, well, I could do all these things, but I'd have to go back to school to do it to make myself marketable. And then I've already got $22,000 in student loans from going back to school, trying to make myself marketable to do something. And I have a child who needs me at home. I can't leave my son unattended. Yeah, and I live in a state. My husband told me if this would have happened to me in New York, I'd be set for life. It happened in Utah. And I'm not bashing any religion, so don't think that's what it is, but I am not Latter-day Saint. I'm not Mormon. And my attorneys were all Mormon. I swear, if I would have been Mormon, I'd be set for life. Or if I lived in New York, I'd be set for life. Yeah. And I was working at a hospital that was high, that never, how do you like this? I was working for a hospital that had very, very few lost lawsuits. Yeah, my back surgery for the most part was successful. My legs work, I used to fall. What about, Nevada's horrible. Yeah, because Nevada's a right to work state, and or it's not a right to work state. Yeah, it's not a right to work state. And thing is, and that's where I filed for my disability the last time, was in Nevada. And it was after my back surgery. And with the workers' comp, I can't open that. It was a sealed case. When I accepted I was pretty much accept the outside settlement or get nothing. But once I accepted it, they sealed it. I can never go back on it. Now, see, that's the thing. The doctor told me that I still feel pain in my back. Still have excessive pain in my back, but it's a different type of pain. And I love how I had this actually one doctor, which blew my mind. He's like, it's arthritis in your back. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because I have rods and screws and a spacer in my back. And arthritis cannot form where there's not joint and bone. When I told my surgeon that, he's like, please don't go back to that doctor anymore. I'll send you to another one. You cannot get arthritis in those spots. You will not get arthritis in your neck in that location. You will not get arthritis in your back where you had the surgery. He said, it's titanium spacers and rods, and you cannot get arthritis there. He said, you had back surgery. He said, you can't do things that you're used to. He said, so you're getting stiff. Your muscles are getting, what's that medical term when your muscles harden, Cheryl? Because I can't think of what it is. I can't think at the moment. It's not stenosis, because that's narrowing of the arteries. I can't remember the word that happens when your muscles, dystrophy. Isn't that it? Yeah. My back, my muscles are getting atrophy. Thank you, not dystrophy, atrophy. My muscles, your muscles in my back are getting atrophic. There it is. They are getting atrophic. So that's where my pain stems from. I'm very stiff, and the joints don't move like they used to. So he said, yeah. He said, you're still going to have back pain. He said, when he gave me the success rate of my surgery before he did my surgery, he said that he was with the condition and he couldn't even believe that I could live and survive in the condition that I was in. He was saying that he'd be happy if I got an 80 to an 85% success rate on my surgery. When I came back from I had my surgery, I started going to physical therapy like 6 weeks later, and I wasn't able to do the physical therapy because they were wanting to, which I know you have to do this. They were trying to work on my center core to strengthen my center core before they could strengthen my my lower core. So they were having me do tension bands and pull down bars and stuff, trying to strengthen, getting my upper body strength. Well, with fibromyalgia, I obviously can't do that because those tension bars and the pull down bars, that was causing inflammation and causing flare-ups, as well as I still had to have the neck surgery done because I had the bulging disc in my neck. So I wasn't able to have physical therapy for my back. And yeah, and I do have the degenerative disc, and I also have I have a little bit. It's not as bad as some, but I do have some scoliosis. So I just have back problems, period. I mean, literally from C5 and 6 all the way down, because I'm actually starting to feel a lot of thoracic pain now, which he said would probably end up happening over time. So, see, your disc actually ruptured. See, mine didn't rupture. Mine bulged. Mine was bulging out to the point where the 4 and 5 there was just a very small portion of my disc that was still in between 4 and 5. The rest of 4 and 5 was bone on bone. They have denied me, but then, like I said, my husband makes 6 figures, so we don't qualify for anything. I don't even qualify for student loan. For Pell Grants or any kind of grants to go to school. If I went back to school, we'd have to pay for it, or I'd have to go on a student loan. Yeah. So, yeah. Which, like I said, I just didn't want it. My biggest thing, the only thing that bothers me that I don't get any disability or anything is because, my husband has to solely support us. And, I feel bad for that. But we don't need, the money. It's just, it would be nice to be able to contribute something, All right, so we're talk about what they did. Oh, wow. Oh, Rivka, yeah, see, I was very fortunate. I had a surgeon, actually. If you guys go ahead and back and forth for a minute, I'm going to let my dog out real quick, and then I'll be back. Cheryl is going to be very interested on my doctor, on who my surgeon was. I have like one of the best surgeons, literally, in the world. It's very interesting. Well, yeah, that's the pension thing. That's just how it is through his company. That's not a state or federal thing. That's how his company has the pension set up. Now, it's just across the board. It's in the United States. You have to be married 10 years before you can draw on your husband's or your wife, or you have to be married 10 years to draw on a spouse's Social Security. That has nothing to do with anything more than that's just a federal law. My mom and my stepdad were married 9 years. 9 years. Not just, they got married in 2001 and he died in 2010. And because of that, she was not able to draw on his Social Security. She missed it by a year. My orthosurgeon, yep. Yep, my orthosurgeon, who also does neurological surgery too. But let me let my dog out real quick and I'll come back and tell you. Very interesting little story about my surgeon. Okay, I'm back. All right, so this is a story on my doctor. His name is Dr. Yevgeny Kavkin. He is a neurosurgeon and does minimal orthosurgery. Story is Yevgeny Kavkin grew up, I just call him Dr. K. Grew up in Moscow, Russia. He followed in the footsteps of his mother, who was a pediatric surgeon. Yevgeny started medical school at the age of 16. When his family moved to the United States, he transferred to the University of Chicago School of Medicine. Subsequently, he graduated from the neurosurgery residency at the University of Chicago and completed complex spine fellowships at the Johns Hopkins University. Dr. Kavkin then spent several years as the director of neurosurgery spine service at the Northwestern University in Chicago before moving to Las Vegas and starting the Kavkin Clinic, a multidisciplinary practice which includes several surgical specialties. Dr. K has been actively involved in international humanitarian work for more than 15 years, contributing to improving medical care in several countries. He was a board member in Firefly at Miramed, doing humanitarian work in orphanages in Russia, Jewish Healthcare International in Belarus, as well as Eagle Condor International in Peru. For over a decade, Dr. Kavkin has contributed in the international charity work and more recently medical charity work in Las Vegas as part of Helping Hands. Since moving to Las Vegas 5 years ago, which this is an old write-up, he has also developed a busy international medical tourism practice, bringing patients to Las Vegas from different parts of the world. Dr. Kavkin currently is the chairman, Department of Surgery at Southern Hills Hospital, which is where I had my surgery, director of Spine and Neurological Services at Spring Valley Hospital, and also a director of Spine and Neurological Services in Centennial Hills Hospital. And then his wife is a plastic surgeon. And yeah, he was considered the Doogie Howser of Russia. Yeah. He's almost impossible to get into as a new patient. I mean, who starts medical school at 16? I can't even wrap my head around that. He has people from all over the world come here to Vegas to do for him to have surgeries done. They give him poor rating stars for his office because when you walk in his office, you better plan on packing a lunch and getting comfortable, because this is a doctor that you walk in, he sits you down, he asks you questions, and then he listens to you. He listens to everything you have to say. He writes down everything you have to say. He gives, he has his time for you to him to talk to you, to get information about you. And then you have all the time in the world to ask a question. And he listens. He doesn't just talk over you. He doesn't try to tell you. He listens to everything you're saying. And if you're in a hurry to get in and out of his office, then you better find another doctor, because this is a doctor that gives you his full attention. You are not rushed and left to feel, like you're not important. So when you go in his office, you might sit in that waiting room for 2 hours before you're even called into an exam room. And then once you get into the exam room, you might sit there for another 45 minutes to an hour. And yeah, it's not fun doing that. God, it's not fun doing that. But I look at it this way. I can't get mad at those patients for him giving them their time, his time, because I'm going to get that same time in return. Yeah, your hospital, all you got to do, yeah, they may no longer have it at the hospital, but it would be in medical records on microfilm or in the system. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, they may not be at the hospital, but they would be in medical records somewhere. And if they're not, then that sounds like to me that there was something that those records disappeared for a reason. That's just my opinion. Medical records don't disappear unless there's a doctor, and I apologize, Cheryl, because you are a doctor, but if doctors disappear, if medical records disappear, that means somebody at that hospital made them disappear. And that's just that and I work for doctors, and I would still say that. I mean, my son, when he was born, he was an emergency C-section. He went into fetal distress, and we lost him. He had no heart rate when he was born. He wasn't breathing. He had no heart rate. They brought him back. They lost him 2 more times. Do you know there's nowhere on his medical records that said that there was anything other than an emergency surgery for a child in distress? Do you know I did not even know that they lost him the second and third time? I knew he wasn't breathing when he was born, but they put me under to do my tubal, and he died twice after. I didn't know anything about that till a nurse came in who was on that shift that night. When she came back, she said that she'd prayed all night long that my son would survive. And when she came in, she told me she was so happy that he made it, and I didn't even know what she was talking about. And she told me, she said, that baby fought for his life all night. She said, you don't know? Nobody told you? And I said, no. Do you know it's nowhere on his medical records that they had to revive him 2 more times after he was born? Nowhere. I have all of his medical records, and it does not state that anywhere. And he went into fetal distress because I had a hell of a delivery with him. My water broke at 1 o'clock or 10 o'clock 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I got to the hospital by 1:20. I wasn't having any contractions, no labor pains, no nothing. They gave me a Pitocin drip at 6 o'clock. They gave me max Pitocin. Then they had to give me something else. And I did not dilate 2 centimeters in 5 hours. And when I finally dilated, it happened all at once. And I pushed for almost 2 hours. And here he was caught in the birth canal. He got caught on my pubic bone. And they used forceps to try and pull him out. And when he went into fetal distress and they sent me in for the emergency C-section, when he was born, his entire forehead and left side of his face was so badly bruised that it looked like somebody took a baseball bat and beat him with a baseball bat. And that was the fault of the doctor. And that is why none of that information is on his medical records. I didn't know anything till a nurse came in and told me. When I asked the doctor about it, he said it didn't happen. And my son had such neurological problems when he was first born. I mean, first he was early. He was like really early. But he had sensory disorder. He had fine motor skill disorders. He did nothing but scream and cry nonstop. Yes, I ended up having a C-section. That when he went into fetal distress, that's when they did the C-section. But they had already been having me push for 2 hours and then using forceps to try and pull him out. I am honestly surprised that he did not have the internal decapitation. Or are you talking about Rivka? Yeah, my son, we had a due date, but it ended up being wrong because, well, when he was born, everything, I mean, he was 5 pounds, 9 ounces when he was born, but he had his organ size and his stomach development and all that. They figured, they kind of guesstimated by all that they were looking at him being about 7 weeks early. No, not that anybody's been able to find. Yep. And this happened, well, in Utah, where my son was born. Dixie Hospital in Utah. And all I have are medical records that state that there was a long, drawn out, difficult labor, all the Pitocin that was given, that I had reached dilation at 9:30 p.m. and started pushing and then using the forceps. And my son, about 7 weeks. He was about 7 weeks early. And that child went into fetal distress at 11:45 p.m. There was no heart rate that showed up on the monitor. And they sent me in for an emergency C-section. And when the child was born, the child was not breathing and had no heart rate. CPR was performed and was sent to the NICU unit. That is it. There's nothing else documented until the next morning when they started documenting his feeding. Okay, Riv. Yeah, because like I said, when I talked to that nurse, when she came in and told me that, I thought she had 12 heads. I thought, man, am I still medicated? Am my medicine that strong that I'm hearing things? Am I dreaming? No. And I requested medical records, and I requested medical records from the NICU. I guess they keep their separate records, I guess, and then they combine them, all that stuff. And yeah, none of it is showing on record. They don't even have his medical records. They don't even have that they gave him immunizations, but they got them because I have the card. Did my water break, Cheryl? If you're asking if my water broke, yeah, my water broke. I was walking at the mall. What had happened is my doctor was getting ready to go out of state, and it was right before we're looking because he was going to be gone for Christmas. And I was due New Year's Eve. That was the due date given to him. It was New Year's Eve, and he was going to be gone for Christmas. So he went ahead and had me come in on the 16th of December, and he swiped my mucus plug and told me that I should, and this was, a Thursday or a Friday, Friday morning, and he told me that I would probably go into labor over the weekend. Well, knowing my, experience with, giving birth, I asked him, I said, can I walk? Can I just go to walk, speed up the process? He said, yeah. He said, you can go walk. So me and my then husband went to the mall and started walking. I went and got breakfast first because I hadn't had breakfast yet and I was starving. Went and had breakfast and then went to the mall and started walking. We weren't walking 20 minutes when my water broke and went to the hospital. but I did not have a contraction, labor pains, nothing till after 6 o'clock in the evening. And I was scared of having a dry birth because it's like that's a long time to go from water breaking to where you're even having any kind of discomfort at all. Um, uh, nope, this was my last child. That's why I said he was my last. That was my son, who will be 16 in December. My oldest child, she was 5 weeks early, and I was a young mom. I was only 16 when my oldest child was born, and I was a young 16. I turned 16 in June. She was born in September. But my early birth with her is because I fell. I was pushing a cart through the parking lot, and it was hot. It was summer of '88, and was having the worst drought in the history of Ohio. And I said it was an empty cart, and I was only pushing it into one of the cart racks. And the heat must have got me because I went down, and when I went down, I went on my stomach, flat on my face, on my stomach, and it put me in labor. And they sent me to the hospital, and they tried to stop my labor, giving me Ativan, I think is what they were giving me to try and stop my labor. And they were only able to postpone it because that happened on Monday. And I was back in the hospital on Wednesday. I was 5 centimeters dilated, and she was born. So I wasn't due with her until middle of the end of October, and she came September 7th. All my babies came early, all of them, but that's just a trait in our family. But my oldest and my youngest, 5 weeks early and roughly 7 weeks early between those two. And my oldest, that was 5 weeks early, it was 5 weeks early. She weighed 5 pounds, 8 ounces. And then my son weighed 5 pounds, 9 ounces. Yeah. And then my middle two children, my second daughter, she was like 2 weeks early. And my third daughter was a week early. I'm going to tell you what, with my third daughter, I went into labor. No, my son's the only one that my water broke. My 3 daughters, they had to break my water. But with my youngest daughter, I woke up in the morning in labor, and I had lost my mucus plug at home, or my membranes. That's a better way of saying it. I lost my membranes at home. I went to the doctor, and he said, "Yeah, you're in real early labor." He said, "You're not even dilating yet much." He said, "It's like barely pinky." He said, "There's no open beds." There was 13 babies born the day that my daughter was born. There was no open beds. He said, "We can take you to the hospital and put you in the emergency room," or he said, "You can go home and wait it out." Well, she was the baby that I decided I was going to walk with, and that's why I asked about walking with my son. So we walked and walked and walked and walked. It was a slow process. Finally, at 7 o'clock in the evening, my husband decided to go golfing because he got tired of waiting at home. So we went. I wasn't left alone. I was with my best friend at the time. But we called him and said, "You got to get home." Well, it took him about a half hour to get home from golfing. We get in the car. We get to the hospital. We just get me in a room. We called the doctor. He was on his way. He rounds the corner to walk in the room. He didn't even have time to gown up or glove up. He was catching a baby. I was at the hospital 20 minutes and gave birth. 20 minutes at the hospital. From the time I walked through the emergency room doors to where I was giving birth, 20 minutes. Yeah, she was ready. But all my labors have been anywhere from 48 hours at the longest to 18 hours at the first labor, where I knew I was in active labor. It was just very slow labor. I walked to the mall 4 hours. I walked to the mall for about 4 hours. I mean, it wasn't constant walking, because, we would sit and we sat and eat lunch, and then we'd walk, and then we'd sit, and we had a water fountain in our mall. So we would sit and rest and look at the water fountain, and we'd get up and walk some more. And yeah, then went home. We left the hospital, left the mall, went home, and I was at home for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, when all of a sudden there was a pain. It was like a lightning bolt, and it brought me to my knees. And it's like, okay, it's time. And when we were in the car on the way, I mean, I actually could feel that she was I could feel that thickness and that weight in my thighs. And I'm like, yeah, this is happening, and it's going to be soon, but I didn't expect 20 minutes. 20 minutes at that hospital. When we went home, she was 15 hours old when we went home. I gave birth to that baby, got up, walked to the bathroom. It was just like the easiest thing in the world. Yeah, definitely better at the mall than in the hospital at the time, because that would have been a long, having to lay there. Because, I mean, I didn't even go to the mall and start walking right away. When we left the doctor's office, I actually went home, took a shower, did all those things. Because when I woke up, we went straight to the doctor's. We did not, and I had a doctor's appointment that day anyway. But when I woke up and seeing that it started losing my membranes, I called and he said, come in right now. So after I left the doctor's, I went home and I took a shower. I packed my bags because I, cleaned stuff, and took my daughter over to the babysitter's, dropped her off, and then went to the mall and started walking. So my appointment at the doctor's was at like 9:30 in the mornings when I got there, and we didn't leave there until after 11. And then I went and started walking at the mall, and then got tired, went home, took a nap, and woke up to pains that took me to the floor, and I knew I had to go home. Yeah. Your daughter's birthday, your daughter was born September 4th. Cool. Yep, I have one September 7th. That's my oldest. And my second daughter is August 8th. My third daughter is March 28th. And my son is September 17th. Yeah. So, and again, I did it again. I only did 2 colors. I hardly laid any drills down. I don't know if I'm going to let this video stay up as a replay or not. Not quite sure if everybody would like everything that we talked about. But again, it's my channel. And if they don't like it, well, they don't have to watch it. This is what happens when a bunch of women get together and talk, right? Yeah. And considering that we all live in separate states and one of us lives in another country, makes it a little difficult to get together and talk, right? My husband's gonna be like, I can't believe after you did a 3-hour video yesterday, you went and did another 2 hours. Well, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of how it happens. He should know. It's a bunch of girls together, and it's not even a bunch. There's 7 people in, but there's only 2 people posting. 1 person. Finish your 310s. Hey, 310s. The next paintings that I'm going to be working on, other than the campfire one, I got a lot of 310s that I'm going to be doing. Did you figure Red Riding Hood has a lot of 310s? And the Cheshire Cat, lost something? Has a lot of 310s. Yeah, I have lots of lurkers. Bianca's back. Yep. I'm pretty much in my way of saying good night here, but what's it? It's 2:10 a.m. It's 2:10 a.m. Wednesday morning for us, and it's 7:10 p.m. Wednesday night for you. And for Cheryl, it's like 5:10, right? You're in Florida, right, Cheryl? So yeah, are you on the Eastern time zone for Florida or Central? Well, it depends on how you look at it. If you haven't been to bed yet, it's late. If you're still awake and haven't been to bed yet, for us, it's late. If I've been to bed and woke up, then I woke up early. I haven't been to bed yet. Yeah, Cheryl. All right, so you're on the Eastern, so it's 5 after, or it's 5:10 for you. Cheryl, yeah. When I message you, I'm gonna talk to you about that one, okay? Yeah, just about that specific comment. Yeah, well, I'm past midnight. My husband's actually going to be getting up here in about an hour and a half, maybe. Oh, Cheryl, I'm so sorry about that. Oh, yeah. So you needed this chat to kind of keep your mind busy. I don't want to have to say just in case they happen to watch it on the replay. So I'll just message you here when I'm done. When I sign off here, I'll send you a message. Good morning, Rachel Ray. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, you get 2 lives for me in the same week. And I'm going live again tomorrow night. Gravy. Tomorrow night's live is just going to be short. It's just with Sherry to finish up this community event. But yeah, I decided I did an unbox there, and I did a review of a product, did a recording for it. And I thought, you know what? My son just went to bed. Well, not just, but at the time. My son had just gone to bed. My husband had just gone to bed. I finished recording my video, and I thought, camera's out. It was still early. So I thought, cool. I'm going to go live. And 2 hours later, I'm still live. Yeah, it's this one, Rachel. Oh, wait, you can see it. It's yeah, I'm crooked. It's the a drive out, Chuck Benson, Diamond Art Club. I'm glad our sun is down because Rachel, it was 109 degrees yesterday in Las Vegas. 109 degrees in Vegas. It is 2:15 Wednesday morning here, and it's 89. You didn't bum us out. We all had our moments tonight, didn't we, Cheryl? We all had our moments tonight. It was kind of this has been a live of many different stories, and even tears were shed tonight in this live, Rachel. Yes, I cried. Check this out. For all you people who wonder what it's like to live in Vegas, I don't know if you can see it or not. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be 108 tomorrow, or 107 tomorrow, 106 Thursday. Well, actually, I should say it's going to be 107 Wednesday, 106 Thursday, 106 Friday, 108 Saturday, sorry. It finally cools down on Sunday at 101 and Monday at 92. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is not. It's an absolute nope weather. But I didn't have to what, Cheryl? Have you been listening for a while there, Rachel? How long have you been sitting there listening? uh, no, I didn't have to cry, but I didn't mean to. That was I that I just started talking about that special sun person, and that was then for me. Yeah, I don't like the sun. I would I don't know that fucking oh no, I don't have a surprise. I just didn't know how like I said, I sat and we talked about people that we've lost in our lives, and I mean I have some new things coming because I don't know what you were able to see the other day, but yeah, I'm crocheting. I'll show you. I'll show you what I started. I'm here. I'm just getting my pattern and my project. Yeah, there's some new things coming to my channel, Rachel. I'm going to be doing a book club, and I'm going to be crocheting. I don't know if I'll necessarily crochet on here. I might just be showing projects. It all determines if I can get a good setup for camera and all that. Let's see, what else did I show yesterday? I'm going to be talking about things that I'm watching on Netflix and all that fun stuff. Yeah, just trying to find content. So this is what I'm making right now. It's a waffle textured tote bag. I don't know how well you can see it. Let me see if I turn one light off if it helps. No, I think it made it worse. But yeah, I'm working on this. That's the pattern. And then this is, I just started it yesterday, like yesterday morning. So I'm doing this. Oh, I thought it was inside out. So yeah, I'm working on that currently. No, it's crochet. It's just a waffle stitch. So it's in this particular one, it's front post, double crochet and front post. So I got that, and then this is going to be my next. Gonna be my next pattern. I'm going to make a shawl. That'll be my next thing that I do. And then after that, I am going to make, I know this is hard to see because it's black and white, but it's a mermaid tail. It's like a snuggle thing where you slide into it. It's a mermaid tail. Yeah, I'm making that next. See, and I watch you knit, and like I said, I don't understand knitting at all. Yeah, I haven't. These things are going to be starting, and I'm working on this. I've already made one of these. I wish I still had it, but the little girl down the road from me seen the tote that I had made, and she was just, I love it so much. Oh my gosh, I love it, because she loved the colors. So I let her have it. I gave it to her. What did you say? Oh, you got a shawl in your room? Nice. Good to read. Yeah, see, that's what I want. I made, like I said, I made one of these. I made the virus shawl. See, this one is the virus meets granny, but I made the actual virus shawl. It's upstairs. I meant to bring that down so I could show it on my next video. I'll have to do that next time. But yeah. So I'll work on that, and then I just did a light pad review. That's what my what my recording was. It was a light pad review, so I did that. That'll post tomorrow. And then we talked about starting the book group, and I'm gonna have some segment. I'm gonna have like once a week. I'll have just a segment of this down here. It's gonna be called "What Am I Up To?" Yeah, I know. Virus and Shaw. Yeah. The one in part one. Oh, I see. Yeah, I need to try and find some of that blue tack. I can't, it's hard to find out here. I'm gonna have to probably order it on Amazon. But yeah, my segment's gonna be called "What Am I Up To?" I'll probably do that. I don't know if I'm gonna do that on a Monday or a Friday, but in it, it's gonna have what am I reading, and if I'm nearing the end of a book, what book I'll read next, what I'm watching. So I Netflix everything. Right now I'm watching Criminal Minds and Heart of Dixie. It'll be what's on the menu, what's on my light pad, and what's in my DP lineup, what's on my hook, and then just chitter chatter of where have I, what I've been up to, what's in my personal life, what's going on, are we gonna, did I clean the house, or did I shop, or did I hurt myself moving furniture like I did on Saturday? Those types of things. And then as you figure things, what's going on in the world, is there any strange things taking place in the world, which we know that happens all the time. But yeah, I'm trying. I know that everybody, like I was saying, I know Teresa does a lot of that stuff. I know you do a lot of this, but it's so hard to try and come up with your own content that's solely to you, because we have so many creators that we all have the same interests. So it's really getting hard to just stick with one thing, and unboxings are hard because how many times can we see the same painting unboxed on YouTube? I realize that when we unbox it, we all get a different perspective out of it. But for me, I don't really notice my perspective so much as until I'm actually working on it, you can only open Mad Kitty so many times on YouTube where it's like, okay, I've got to watch somebody open it for the 5th time. And yes, I know I want to do cross stitch, but I need to learn how to do it first. Jen wants to show me, she wants to do some one-on-one tutorials and stuff, but I need to get a stand because I can't I can't just hold my Q snap in my hand. I need a stand like you have, Rachel. I need to get me one of those. So one of these days, that's on my wish list of things that I future plans on getting. But we all know we got to save our dollars for everything. So once I get my dollars saved, then I plan on getting one of those stands. Then I'll be able to, I think, learn the concept of stitching better. And I need to get a nice ring light. I think that would help too for seeing. Uh, oh, yeah, I just seen somebody talking about that putty, and then somebody else has a gel. I can't do cross stitch, but I know Rachel can. I'm watching Rachel. I can't wait to see Rachel do her work on her beading. That's what you need to do, Rachel. We need a beaded cross stitch video. Museum putty, yeah, that's the stuff. It's still in the microwave. That's okay. Yeah, I've seen that museum putty, and you can get it on Amazon, from what we understand, Ruth. Have I thought of doing resin, Ruth? If that question's directed to me, oh yeah, I would love to do resin. I think that would be a lot of fun. But I talked to um, Sherry, and I figure I'm not monetized yet. I mean, I still, I still need a ton of subs, and my watch hours. I don't even have 1,000 watch hours yet. So yeah, I'm not monetized yet, and I'm really trying to not ridiculously spend and spend and spend and spend. And resin is expensive, shit we said. Resin is so absolutely expensive. So yeah, once that's why I'm trying so hard to get my sub count up and trying to get my videos posted to get my watch time, and hope that once that I reach those points that I'm not one of the YouTubers that YouTube decides not to let monetize, which I'm hearing a lot of people saying, I got my hours in and I got my subs in, and it's been 2 or 3 months, and YouTube's denied them monetization because there's just, in a lot of cases, there's just too many creators in the same doing the same things, that it just doesn't seem like it's what YouTube might be interested in. All right. Yeah, but the resin, to buy the resin and to buy the molds, I mean, well, I've even looked it up. It's like 20 some dollars for a bottle of resin. I mean, you get a lot, but that's only one color. So, and I mean, I know that Sherry's in Canada, so Canadian is more expensive. But she was saying that she was waiting on like a $400 resin order. Oh my God, I can't even. That blows my mind to see that. Yeah, the paint pour has no molds. But I also don't have a area for paint pouring that would be. I'd have paint everywhere. Oh my God. So I mean, these are things that might happen in the future. Um, excuse me. They're definitely not off the table. And see, and that's the thing. This past couple of months has been rough. That I really fell off the train. I wasn't making videos, and now I'm trying to get. That's why I'm trying to get content here and stuff, so I can really get back into making my videos, because I was doing a video a week. sometimes 2, before, sometimes 3. But past couple months have been hard, Ray. Rachel. Ray, where did that come from? With the COVID thing and trying to get my son finished with school, and my husband's work schedule was kind of rough. So now his schedule's changed again. He'll be working from 4 o'clock in the morning until 1:30 in the afternoon, Monday through Friday, and then on Saturdays he'll be working from 4 to 4:30, from 4 in the morning till 4:30 in the afternoon. So I'm just having to kind of revamp my schedule around his now. Plus, I've been trying to get. I figured, hey, if I'm sanitizing my house, I'm going to start spring cleaning. So I've been doing that too, getting rid of a lot of stuff and cleaning a lot. So yeah, but I definitely, I've got my patty wax and I like it. Don't get me wrong. I like it a lot. I don't like it so much right now. It definitely changes with the climate or the temperatures, because with our insane temperatures here, even my house is 78 degrees. It's cool downstairs. Upstairs it's 80. It's hot. That's another story. We're going to have new insulation and stuff put in. But this stuff is so much, it's soft when I fill my pen. And then after it's sitting for like, I don't know, maybe an hour, it's hard as a rock. It's not picking anything up. I'm filling right now during these temperatures here. When I fill it, it's hard to get it in there right because it's so soft. So yeah, I'm having struggles with patty wax, and I'm having the same struggles with with the super sticky. But I'm having the same struggles with regular patty wax too with these temperatures. So for the most part, I'm just using, this is a Dreamer Designs container, but it's Denmark Club Pink Wax. That seems like the only thing that's working for me right now. So trying the blue tack, maybe it'll work better. Oh, thank you, Rachel. Oh, definitely. I talked to Miss Coffee earlier today. I sent her a message because I was watching her video, and oh my God, you saw me. If anybody watched it, Mr. Coffee sleeps with the legs crossed and waking her up and all that stuff. And I had to message her because I deal with that with my husband. I mean, the exact thing. I told her, so we must be soul sisters. And I told her, I said, I thank her every time I message her privately about something. I thank her for her videos because she can make the hardest video or hardest day. She can make me laugh, even the hardest day. And I'm gonna tell you, that's a feat. And I've always said that Mrs. Coffee, Rachel Ray, and Stitch Arista, you were the first 3 YouTubers that I watched. So you became my favorite YouTubers. And sometimes we need to hear Rachel Ray and her kitten voice. Sometimes we need to hear Mrs. Coffee's stories. And sometimes we need to hear Stitch Arista just say it like it is, holding no punches back, no filter. We get the best of the whole world with the 3 of you combined because we get different personalities that we all have within us at some point in time. And the information that we get from y'all is honest and upfront, and it's also unfiltered. So I know I can ask Mrs. Coffee a question, and I'm going to get. She told me before, I'm going to be honest with you. You might not like my answer, but I'm going to be honest, and that's what we get from you, Rachel, Mrs. Coffee, and Stitcherista. There's no candy coating it. We pretty much know what we're getting. You think the kittens are getting ticked off? Yeah, that's How did you get the kitten thing? I mean, everybody says every video I watch where your name gets mentioned and they refer to your soft spoken voice as the kitten voice. So you just kind of you're the kitten of the community, Rachel. Who is it? Is it Tiny Worlds of Wonder that had the diabetic turtle, or was that you, Rachel? Did you have the diabetic turtle too? What, Cheryl? Perfect for who? What are we talking about? Um, but yeah, it's nice when you have, I hear everybody saying, I'm probably not your cup of tea. I know Rachel Ray has said that, and which I find that hard to believe. Mrs. Coffee has said that. Teresa has said that. I've said that. Yeah, I don't expect everybody to like me, and I'm okay with that because I don't like everybody either. But then there's those ones that we look forward if like we wake up in the morning, we grab our cup of coffee or our cup of tea, we grab our phone, and the first thing we do is go to YouTube, and there's those certain YouTubers that we are just waiting to see that they've posted a video or put up a video. And if they haven't put up the video yet, it's like all day long we're stalking YouTube, like we're stalking the mailman. And my YouTubers are Mrs. Coffee, Rachel Ray, Stitcherista, Mindy's Diamond Moments. There's another one I can't think at the moment what the name of it is. But yeah, those are my go-to YouTubers. I'm going to read the book for the club. Wait a minute. Yes, Rachel. Yeah. Do you want to be our book reader? You could read our book. Oh, J. Rob. Okay, that's who it was. Diabetic Turtle from it was J. Rob. Yeah, we're having a book club, and we're going to do like video chat and discuss our book. And Cheryl mentioned that it would be cool to have like a live read. And you've got the perfect voice for it. I don't know how else you'd be able to do the crimes. Yeah, Cheryl, I think you're right there. I think she'd have to do the warm and fuzzy because I can't see Rachel talking about forensics stuff. I mean, I can hear her talking about it, but I don't think it would come off in the suspenseful, creepy, gross way with Rachel's voice. It just definitely wouldn't work. Jen, that's another one. Jen's. I like Jen. Well, I like um, DP Adventures, and I like Sherry. I mean, I love Sherry, but I don't know. There's just specific things on certain ones that I am stalking channels for. Oh, but your voice isn't going to be good for it, Rachel. It's just that'd be like hearing you read Friday the 13th and talking about Jason Voorhees or whatever his name was. But that's premier. I mean, that's what I'm really hoping our book club's going to be more about is crime and police dramas and suspense and mystery and yeah. I got this. All right, don't judge me, but I have this serial killer thing right now. Not that I want to be a serial killer, that I am, but I love reading about books about serial killers, and it's because of Criminal Minds. No sex scenes, please. All right, we will not read 50 Shades of Grey, I promise. I already read it. But after watching Criminal Minds and stuff, yeah, I'm all into this serial murder wanting me to read books about serial murders or serial killers. And I was watching TV on LMN. They had the Green River Killer. I've watched that like 12 times. I don't know. I don't have that sick, demented mind, but I just can't help that. I love to listen to podcasts about you know, paranormal things and true crime and reading books about it. I just can't do it at nighttime when I'm trying to go to sleep because I found out that I can't sleep afterwards. So yeah, I'm pretty sick on it. And I gotta let my dog back in. I forgot. Yeah, that I have a demented mind, or that I don't have a demented mind. All right, hang on, be right back. Just getting the dog. I'm back. Um, meeting. Oh no, I'll never sleep again. Yeah, I like mystery, and I don't. I mean, the horror. I don't know. But yeah, I'd be scared half to die. but I do have Prime. Rachel, I just want to let you know too. I have not had my giveaway for my subscriber count yet because I was going to have my giveaway at the 200 subs, and it took forever to get them. And then it's like I had 200 subs, and overnight, literally overnight, I had lost like 15 subs. I was just like, I hadn't recorded the video or anything yet. So now I was down, and then YouTube has been all over the place with my subs, and I was like, you know what? Let me get through these things that were going on the past couple of months. And then I talked to Sherry. Me and Sherry were talking, Diamond Art Addiction. And she's like, you know what? She said, why don't you just do it at a 500 sub? Get 500 subs, then go ahead and have your giveaway. And I thought, yeah, because that gives me more time to accumulate stuff and make it like a grand giveaway, a nice one. So I do still have the pen that you sent me for my giveaway. And it's still wrapped up. You know, I opened it and showed it, but it's back in the envelope. It's wrapped up. So I just wanted you to be aware that I still have it, and that you were kind, that you know that you gave it to me for giveaway, and that's what it's for. I didn't want you to think, oh yeah, I send her something for her giveaway and then she keeps it, doesn't do anything. Yeah, no, it's still there. So it's still the giveaway prize when I have the giveaway. I've been feeling so guilty that I haven't had the giveaway yet. I mean that but I need right now. I'm sitting at 356, so I need less than 150 for my 500 subscriber giveaway. And there's going to be patty wax in it. There's going to be Rachel's pen in it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about when it happens. I just didn't want you to think that, because I'm sure those are things that have to cross somebody's mind at some point is, somebody gives them something for the giveaway and then they keep it. No, not me. I'm not that person. So just keeping it real, upfront and honest. But yeah, there'll be when I have it, there's going to be patty wax. There's going to be cover minders. There's going to be Rachel's pen. There's going to be probably TMAW drills because we all want the TMAW drills, right? Who doesn't want sparklers and ABs from TMAW? I see about maybe getting some of those journals. There'll probably be a diamond painting or two. Might be a Elizabeth Ward storage system. Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of things in it. It's just, getting stuff together. And that's why tomorrow I'm going to go out and I like TMAW's sparklers and stuff, obviously the best, ADs and stuff, but I do want to still have some diamond dots. So, like I said, at 30% off the diamond dots plus an additional 20% off. Yeah. The ABs, the diamond dots ABs are, I think, $279 for one of these. Anybody, I don't know who all has seen them, hasn't seen them, but no, I've used this one. Hang on here. Yeah. Bigger. One of these cylinders, little containers here, is $279. Oh, she can't see it. Yeah, there it is. And let me see if I turn my light off. Yeah, there we go. And they're 30% off plus an additional 20% off. So 280 divided by 2 is what, 140. I pay $1.40 for them. Yeah, and there's like I think you get like 2,400 of these in here. Yeah, something like that. So I want to go ahead and stock up on these too because I actually, anybody who's seen either on Facebook or on IG that I posted the Space for Reflection, I used these. Because in Space for Reflection, you were given 2 ABs, I think. One was white, the 141, and then I think the other one was 132. And I thought with all those orange leaves and all that stuff, I thought it'd be really nice to make, because it's a fall scene. So I thought it'd be really nice to put some sparkle in those leaves. So I replaced 946s with these here. And I used a lot of them. For me, I get like, you see, I have a lot of, like right now, I have 4 paintings that I want to add accessories to. One is Red Riding Hood. And I showed a bunch of those yesterday or Monday when I did my live. I got 321 ABs, 666 ABs. I got 817 in Sparkler. There's another red that I needed for that. I can't remember what it is, but I want to get all that. And then 820 I want to get. I got the 3064, which is the blue that I'll be using in Alice in Wonderland, or what, Into Wonderland. Glow glass, absolute glow glass, because I want to use that in the Mad Kitty, and I want to use that in the Into Wonderland. And then I also got a blue glow glass that I'll use in Red Riding Hood. Then I got the glow drills for, the one that just came out. I can't remember what it is. I'm completely drawing a blank, and I just got it. Hang on here. Gotta look. I haven't kitted it up yet, so that's why I can't remember what it is. But for me, I just do the ones that are like prominent colors, like your reds, your blues, your purples. I know if Rachel had her way, she would have the entire line of purple. Have all the purples. She would have 550s. She would have, what is it? 203. Is that your purple, Rachel, that you like so much? But that's what you would do. Because anything you get, you're going to use it in a pen. You can use it in almost any painting, because they have the same, Cheryl, they have the same DMC codes as Tina uses the same DMC codes. Of course, Diamond Dots doesn't, but it really doesn't matter because I can match it up close enough. But I didn't think I was creative enough for sparklers and stuff either. But I did the Three Gypsies painting, by Micah Jelena, with the Three Gypsies, and it's called the Serafina. And I used sparklers for the eyes, and I used sparklers on their jewelry where there's, to replace the gems. It's just, you have fun with it. You play with it. Make it your own. And it just kind of now became an addiction. Just the sparklers and the ABs alone are like an addiction. If you look on Tina's site, Cheryl, she does have where you can get, she does have kits where you can buy a certain amount. I think, I don't know if you pick them or if she just has them set. I know you can get an entire set, and you get a lot of drills. I think you're getting like 2,000 or 2,500 of each color drill. I think it's like $50, but you get a lot of drills. A lot of drills. Are you in here? Yeah, you're not really diamond painting much lately, are you, Rachel? You're really working on your cross stitch and your knitting, which is nice because, it keeps you from getting bored from one thing, and we're able to see you do other things as well. Question. Yeah, because if you look on the site, let me see here. No, wait a minute. AP with sparklers. That's what it is. Okay, so when you're looking through there, she has. I'm scrolling through here, so just bear with me for a minute here. And she's got so much. And then she's got the neons. And here we go. You get an AB, it says AB drills mini set. You get 40 colors of AB drills with smaller quantities per bag. So you're getting 3 grams of, I was wrong, so I misspoke. Even so, you're getting a lot. You get 3 grams, which is approximately 650 drills of each color to help you get started on a wide variety of colors. They're currently out of stock of them, but basically you're getting all those bags there. And those, there's Rachel's color, 209, 211. Yeah, is that creepy that I know that you like those colors, Rachel? 208. Yeah, I think that's like almost stalker creepy. But you get a lot of draws for $50 or yeah, $50. No, these are rounds. I don't know if she has the assorted. Let me see here. She does their own, or the squares for those ones or not. Yeah, it doesn't. It actually doesn't say. And I don't think she's got a lot of square drills at all. Then she's got her, like I said, she has her neons and then her jellies. I'm still looking here at see if she has another, like maybe something smaller. I can't have. Well, I'm glad that you're eating them because I can't eat them. Yeah, Pop-Tarts. What kind of Pop-Tarts? Are they chocolate? Are they brown sugar and cinnamon? Berry? Strawberry? Yes, Kiss My Cross has a lot. She's addicted to Timo. Let me see. Look through here some more. See if I can find something. I thought that she had another. Now there's a glow glass or glow. She's got the glow in the dark white drills, which I need to get some of those. I don't have any of the white. Yeah, I have to get a whole wish list of stuff together. I swear. Every time I get on Facebook or YouTube and see something else, it's like, yep, gotta have that. My wish list is as long as the national debt. Yeah, I don't like the chocolate Pop-Tart. I can't. It's too rich. But I love strawberry and I love raspberry. Raspberry Pop-Tarts are very hard to find, but I love raspberry. Yeah, I'm not seeing. It looks like that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff because she doesn't have just drills. She has pens and she has cover minders and she has stickers. And I don't know what the heck is this thing. What's this hot spotter? Rachel, do you know what that is? The hot spotter? Oh, it's a magnet that holds them at the top. Okay, So she calls a hot spotter. It's a cover minder, but she calls it a hot spotter. Okay, I understand now. Didn't, but I understand now. I'm making unicorn cover minders too, Rachel. Yeah. I have to show you some of these because they're just too cute. Okay, I ordered these off of Amazon. I literally placed my order for them in February. And they were coming from China, of course. Well, like end of March, I still hadn't received them. And they canceled it. They said they had gotten lost. So they canceled my order. They refunded me. They showed up here like 2 weeks ago. There's one. There's two. They have different, so many different ones. I don't know if I'm, whoops, sorry, if you can actually see it real well or not. I think my lighting might be not so good since I turned the light pad off. Yeah, it's not good. Hold on a minute here. I'm gonna bring you down a little bit so I can move you guys. Got little flowers on it. There it is. I think this has to be my favorite one. I'm obsessed with the unicorn reindeer. I'm really another one here that I just think is too cute. Into it. Okay. No. I just think his little things were so cute. I couldn't help myself. So yeah, I need to get all the magnets. I think there was 100. No, there was 50 of these for like $3. Or what on Tina's site? Riv. I'm not sure what. Oh, I know. Yarn is so, these yarn orders, I'm seeing people asking me if everybody's receiving their yarn. A lot of people ordered from Yarnspirations, and they've been waiting on orders for like 2 and 3 months. And that's why I don't order my yarn online anymore, because it just takes too long. It's worse than waiting on diamond paintings. But I definitely don't need yarn. That's why when I go when I go to Joann's today, I told my husband I was going. He's like, "You're not buying yarn, are you?" No, I'm not buying yarn. I don't. Good, he said, because I don't know how much how much money you spend on yarn up there, but you're not crocheting. So my husband doesn't care what I buy, as long as it doesn't just sit and not get used. He doesn't understand that you buy yarn. When you buy yarn, you buy it by more than you need, because you don't know how much you're necessarily going to need, and you got to stick with the dye lots. And then they discontinue things, and if you run out and you need it and you go and they're out of it, now you can't finish your project. Or if you get it and the dye lot's different, it's going to be noticeable in your painting or in your project. My husband's that type of person that you just buy one diamond painting at a time. When you're done with it, then buy another one. Doesn't get it. Yeah, he doesn't understand it. I've tried explaining it. It doesn't work. But what is it that you were asking if they were, Riv, what was it that you were asking if it was on Tina's site? You can't type for beans this morning. Oh, never got one DP. So you always bought more than one. And I've never used sock yarn. I've never used it. I've talked about it. I was going to make a hat with sock yarn because, that Smell Great guy on YouTube, here on YouTube, like I said, he does nothing but knit. And I don't know how to knit, but I like to watch him and I like to see what he makes. I like to listen to him. And he always gets such nice yarn too. He likes to order lots and lots and lots of yarn. He's got a lot of yarn. Of little unicorns? No, Riv. These aren't. I'm making these. I ordered these off of Amazon. I'm making them into cover minders. Yeah, so eventually, as soon as I get more magnets, these will be cover minders. It's just waiting for them to become cover minders. You ordered 5 TSAs from Rachel. Yeah, you plan on waiting a while for those. Yeah, that's going to be a while. And I'm confused. Did anybody else by chance did anybody order new releases this weekend from Diamond Art Club? Because I received an email, and I want to check this now too to see if there's anything updated. I received an email from Diamond Art Club saying, let me see if I can find it. I'm really, really confused. When I placed my order on Saturday, it said, I received the email and I jumped on it right away. And it showed all of the new releases were pre-orders. I was really confused by that. Why are you releasing things in their pre-orders? So, but I was like, okay, whatever. I'm going to order it anyway. I don't care if I have to wait for it. So on the 22nd, I received an email that says, "Dear Melissa, we hope this email finds you well. Our records indicate that you recently placed an order that included one of the following items: Quiet Cove, Blue Winter Links, Each Tree Has a Soul, or Joyous Ladies," which I ordered Quiet Cove. Unfortunately, we experienced an unforeseen logistics issue, and your shipment is going to be slightly delayed. The new expected ship date is this Friday, June 26th. Now, when I placed my order, it was 3 minutes after, or it was, no, 6 minutes after. I received the email at 3 minutes after. I placed the order at 6 minutes after. And it just said, if you would like to cancel your order to receive a full refund, please reply to this email and we'll be happy to accommodate. Sincerely, our apologies for the holdup and I appreciate your understanding. Thank you, the Diamond Art Club team. Okay, so now that was what I was wondering. If they were actually a pre-order or not. So now I understand that. Okay, guys, I hate to cut it, but my husband is just waking up. He's going to come downstairs. The bright lights and all that are going to blind him. So I need to jump off here and I need to get my butt to bed because he's going to think I'm nuts still being awake. So watch tomorrow for some videos, the unboxings and Joanne's haul. And then tomorrow night live with Sherry, we'll get it posted up. So I hate to cut and run, but I've got 3 lights going on here, and my husband's going to come down from being dark and asleep, and I don't want to blind him. So thanks for stopping in, everybody. You have a great night or morning, and I will talk to you guys again soon. Bye for now.